Chapter 1 of Autobiography of a Pocket Handkerchief by James Fenimore Cooper. Certain moral philosophers, with a due disdain for the flimsy foundations of human pride, have shown that every man is equally descended from 1,000,000 of ancestors within a given number of generations, thereby demonstrating that no prince exists who does not participate in the blood of some beggar, or any beggar who does not share in the blood of princes. Although favored by a strictly vegetable descent myself, the laws of nature have not permitted me to escape from the influence of this common rule. The earliest accounts I possess of my progenitors represent them as a goodly growth of the Lineum Usitasimum, divided into 1,000 contemporaneous plants, singularly well conditioned, and remarkable for an equality that renders the production valuable. In this particular, then, I may be said to enjoy a precedency over the Bourbons themselves, who now govern no less than 4 different states of Europe, and who have sat on thrones these 1,000 years. While our family has followed the general human law in the matter just mentioned, it forms a marked exception to the rule that so absolutely controls all of white blood on this continent, and what relates to immigration and territorial origin. When the American enters in the history of his ancestors, he is driven, after some 10 or 12 generations at most, to seek refuge in a country in Europe, whereas exactly the reverse is the case with us, our most remote extraction being American, while our most recent construction and education have taken place in Europe. When I speak of the earliest accounts I possess of my progenitors, authentic information is meant only, for, like other races, we have certain dark legends that might possibly carry us back again to the old world in quest of our estates and privileges. But in writing this history, it has been my determination from the first to record nothing but settled truths, and to reject everything in the shape of vague report or unauthenticated anecdote. Under these limitations, I have ever considered my family as American by origin, European by immigration, and restored to its paternal soil by the mutations and calculations of industry and trade. The glorious family of contemporaneous plants from which I derive my being grew in a lovely vale of Connecticut, and quite near the banks of a celebrated river of the same name. This renders us strictly Yankee in our origin, an extraction of which I find all who enjoy it fond of boasting. It is the only subject of self-felicitation with which I am acquainted that men can indulge in without awakening the envy of their fellow creatures, from which I infer it is at least innocent, if not commendable. We have traditions among us of the enjoyments of our predecessors, as they rioted in their fertility of their cisatlantic field, a happy community of thriving and luxuriant plants. Still, I shall pass them over, merely remarking that a bountiful nature has made such provision for the happiness of all created things as enables each to rejoice in his existence, and to praise, after its fashion and kind, the divine being to which it owes its creation. In due time the field in which my forefathers grew was gathered, the seed winnowed from the chaff and collected in casks, when the whole company was shipped for Ireland. Now occurred one of those chances which decide the fortunes of plants as well as those of men, giving me a claim to Norman instead of Milesian descent. The embarkation or shipment of my progenitors, whichever may be the proper expression, occurred in the height of the last general war, and for a novelty it occurred in an English ship. A French privateer captured the vessel on her passage home. The flaxseed was condemned and sold, my ancestors being transferred in a body to the ownership of a certain agriculturalist in the neighborhood of Evreux, who dealt largely in such articles. There have been evil-disposed vegetables that have seen fit to reproach us with this sale as a stigma on our family history, but I have ever considered it myself as a circumstance of which one has no more reason to be ashamed than a Duzès has to blush for the robberies of a baron in the Middle Ages. Each is an incident in the progress of civilization, the man and the vegetable alike taking a direction pointed out by Providence for the fulfillment of his or its destiny. Plants have sensation as well as animals. The latter, however, have no consciousness anterior to their physical births, and very little, indeed, for some time afterwards, whereas a different law prevails as respects us, our mental conformation being such as to enable us to refer our moral existence to a period that embraces the experience, reasoning, and sentiments of several generations. As respects logical inductions, for instance, the lineam usitasimum draws as largely on the intellectual acquisitions of the various epochas that belong to 3 or 4 present stems which preceded it, as on its own. In a word, that accumulated knowledge which man inherits by means of books, imparted and transmitted information, schools, colleges, and universities, we obtain through more subtle agencies that are incorporated with our organic construction, and which form a species of hereditary mesmerism, a vegetable clairvoyance that enables us to see with the eyes, hear with the ears, and digest with the understandings of our predecessors. Some of the happiest moments of my moral existence were thus obtained, while our family was growing in the fields of Normandy. It happened that a distinguished astronomer selected a beautiful seat that was placed in the very margin of our position as a favorite spot for his observations and discourses, from a recollection of the latter of which, in particular, I still derive indescribable satisfaction. It seems as only yesterday, it is in fact 14 long, long years, that I heard him thus holding forth to his pupils, explaining the marvels of the illimitable void, and rendering clear to my understanding the vast distance that exists between the Being that created all things and the works of his hands. To those who live in the narrow circle of human interests and human feelings, there ever exists, unheeded, almost unnoticed before their very eyes, the most humbling proofs of their own comparative insignificance in the scale of creation, which, in the midst of their admitted mastery over the earth and all it contains, it would be well for them to consider, if they would obtain just views of what they are and what they were intended to be. I think I can still hear this learned and devout man, for his soul was filled with devotion to the dread being that could hold a universe in subjection to his will, dwelling with delight on all the discoveries among the heavenly bodies that the recent improvements in science and mechanics have enabled the astronomers to make. Fortunately, he gave his discourses somewhat of the progressive character of lectures, leading his listeners on, as it might be, step by step, in a way to render all easy to the commonest understanding. Thus it was I first got accurate notions of the almost inconceivable magnitude of space, to which, indeed, it is probable that there are no more positive limits than there are a beginning and end to eternity. Can these wonders be, I thought, and how pitiful in those who affect to reduce all things to the level of their own powers of comprehension and their own experience and practice. Let them exercise their sublime and boasted reason, I said to myself, in endeavoring to comprehend infinity in anything, and we will note the result. If it be in space, we shall find them setting bounds to their illimitable void, until, ashamed of the feebleness of their first effort, it is renewed again and again, only to furnish new proofs of the insufficiency of any of earth even to bring within the compass of their imaginations truths that all their experiments, inductions, evidence, and revelations compel them to admit. "The moon has no atmosphere," said our astronomer one day, "and if inhabited at all, it must be by beings constructed altogether differently from ourselves. Nothing that has life, either animal or vegetable as we know them, can exist without air, and it follows that nothing having life, according to our views of it, can exist in the moon. Or if anything having life do exist there, it must be under such modifications of all our known facts as to amount to something like other principles of being. One side of that planet feels the genial warmth of the sun for a fortnight, while the other is for the same period without it," he continued. "That which feels the sun must be a day of a heat so intense as to render it insupportable to us, while the opposite side, on which the rays of the sun do not fall, must be masses of ice, if water exists there to be congealed. But the moon has no seas, so far as we can ascertain, its surface representing one of strictly volcanic origin, the mountains being numerous to a wonderful degree. Our instruments enable us to perceive craters, with the inner cone so common to all our known volcanoes, giving reason to believe in the activity of innumerable burning hills at some remote period. It is scarcely necessary to say that nothing we know could live in the moon under these rapid and extreme transitions of heat and cold, to say nothing of the want of atmospheric air." I listened to this with wonder, and learned to be satisfied with my station. Of what moment it was to me, in filling the destiny of the Lineum Usitasimum, whether I grew in a soil a little more or a little less fertile, whether my fibres attained the extremest fineness known to the manufacturer, or fell a little short of this excellence. I was but a speck among a myriad of other things produced by the hand of the Creator, and all to conduce to his own wise ends and unequalled glory. It was my duty to live my time, to be content, and to proclaim the praise of God within the sphere assigned to me. Could men or plants but once elevate their thoughts to the vast scale of creation, it would teach them their own insignificance so plainly, would so unerringly make manifest the futility of complaints, and the immense disparity between time and eternity, as to render the useful lesson of contentment as inevitable as it is important. I remember that our astronomer one day spoke of the nature and magnitude of the sun. The manner that he chose to render clear to the imagination of his hearers some just notions of its size, though so familiar to astronomers, produced a deep and unexpected impression on me. "Our instruments," he said, "are now so perfect and powerful as to enable us to ascertain many facts of the deepest interest, with near approaches to positive accuracy. The moon being the heavenly body much the nearest to us, of course we see farther into its secrets than into those of any other planet. We have calculated its distance from us at 237,000 miles. Of course, by doubling this distance and adding it to the diameter of the earth, we get the diameter of the circle, or orbit, in which the moon moves around the earth. In other words, the diameter of this orbit is about 480,000 miles. Now, could the sun be brought in contact with this orbit, and had the latter's solidity to mark its circumference, it would be found that this circumference would include but a little more than half the surface of one side of the sun, the diameter of which orb is calculated to be 882,000 miles. The sun is 1,384,472 times larger than the earth. Of the substance of the sun it is not easy to speak. Still it is thought, though it is not certain, that we occasionally see the actual surface of this orb, an advantage we do not possess as respects any other of the heavenly bodies, with the exception of the moon and Mars. The light and warmth of the sun probably exist in its atmosphere, and the spots which are so often seen on this bright orb are supposed to be glimpses of the solid mass of the sun itself, that are occasionally obtained through openings in this atmosphere. At all events, this is the more consistent way of accounting for the appearance of these spots. You will get a better idea of the magnitude of the sidereal system, however, by remembering that in comparison with it the distances of our entire solar system are as mere specks. Thus, while our own change of positions is known to embrace an orbit of about 200 million of miles, It is nevertheless so trifling as to produce no apparent change of position in thousands of the fixed stars that are believed to be the suns of other systems. Some conjecture even that all these suns, with their several systems, our own included, revolve around a common center that is invisible to us, but which is the actual throne of God. The comets that we note and measure being heavenly messengers, as it might be, consistently passing from one of these families of worlds to another. I remember that one of the astronomer's pupils asked certain explanations here, touching the planets that it was thought, or rather known, that we could actually see, and those of which true surfaces were believed to be concealed from us. "I have told you," answered the man of science, "that they are the moon, Mars, and the sun. Both Venus and Mercury are nearer to us than Mars, but their relative proximities to the sun have some such effect on their surfaces as placing an object near a strong light is known to have on its appearance. We are dazzled, to speak popularly, and cannot distinguish minutely. With Mars it is different. If this planet has any atmosphere at all, it is one of no great density, and its orbit being without our own, we can easily trace on its surface the outlines of seas and continents. It is even supposed that the tinge of the latter is that of reddish sandstone, like much of that known in our own world, but more decided in tint, while two brilliant white spots at its poles are thought to be light reflected from the snows of those regions, rendered more conspicuous or disappearing as they first emerge from the 12 months' winter or melt in a summer of equal duration. I could have listened forever to this astronomer, whose lectures so profoundly taught lessons of humility to the created, and which were so replete with silent eulogies on the power of the Creator. What was it to me whether I were a modest plant of half a cubit in stature? Chapter 2. It is scarcely necessary to dwell on the scenes which occurred between the time I first sprang from the earth and that in which I was pulled. The latter was a melancholy day for me, however, arriving prematurely as regarded my vegetable state, since it was early determined that I was to be spun into threads of unusual fineness. I will only say here that my youth was a period of innocent pleasures, during which my chief delight was to exhibit my simple but beautiful flowers in honor of the hand that gave them birth. At the proper season the whole field was laid low, when a scene of hurry and confusion succeeded, to which I find it exceedingly painful to turn in memory. The rotting was the most humiliating part of the process which followed, though in our case this was done in clear running water, and the crackling the most uncomfortable. Happily we were spared the anguish which ordinarily accompanies breaking on the wheel, though we could not be said to have entirely escaped from all its parade. Innocence was our shield, and while we endured some of the disgrace that attaches to mere forms, we had that consolation of which no cruelty or device can deprive the unoffending. Our sorrows are not heightened by the consciousness of undeserving. There is a period which occurred between the time of being hatched and that of being woven that exceeds my powers to delineate. All around me seemed to be in a state of inextricable confusion, out of which order finally appeared in the shape of a piece of cambric, of a quality that brought the workmen far and near to visit it. We were a single family of only 12 in this rare fabric, among which I remember that I occupied the 7th place in the order of arrangement, and of course in the order of seniority also. When properly folded and bestowed in a comfortable covering, our time passed pleasantly enough, being removed from all disagreeable sights and smells and lodged in a place of great security, and indeed of honor, men seldom failing to bestow this attention on their valuables. It is out of my power to say precisely how long we remained in this passive state in the hands of the manufacturer. It was some weeks, however, if not months, during which our chief communications were on the chances of our future fortunes. Some of our number were ambitious, and would hear to nothing but the probability, nay, the certainty, of our being purchased as soon as our arrival in Paris should be made known by the king in person and presented to the Dauphine, then the first lady in France. The virtues of the Duchesse d'Angoulême were properly appreciated by some of us, while I discovered that others entertained for her any feelings but those of veneration and respect. This diversity of opinion, on a subject of which one could think none of us very well qualified to be judges, was owing to a circumstance of such everyday occurrence as almost to supersede the necessity of telling it, though the narrative would be rendered more complete by an explanation. It happened, while we lay in the bleaching grounds, that one half of the piece extended into a part of the field that came under the management of a legitimist, while the other invaded the dominions of a liberal. Neither of these persons had any concern with us, we being under the special superintendence of the head workman, but it was impossible, altogether impossible, to escape the consequences of our locales. While the legitimist read nothing but the Montier, the liberal read nothing but L'Atome, a journal then recently established in the supposed interests of human freedom. Each of these individuals got a paper at a certain hour, which he read with as much manner as he could command, and with singular perseverance as related to the difficulties to be overcome, to a clientele of bleachers, who reasoned as he reasoned, swore by his oaths, and finally arrived at all his conclusions. The liberals had the best of it as to numbers, and possibly as to wit, the Montier possessing all the dullness of official dignity under all the dynasties and ministries that have governed France since its establishment. My business, however, is with the effect produced on the pocket handkerchiefs, and not with that produced on the laborers. The two extremes were a regular côte gauche and côte droite. In other words, all at the right end of the piece became devoted Bourbonists, devoutly believing that princes who were daily mentioned with so much reverence and respect could be nothing else but perfect, while the opposite extreme were disposed to think that nothing good could come of Nazareth. In this way 4 of our number became decided politicians, not only entertaining a sovereign contempt for the sides they respectively opposed, but beginning to feel sensations approaching to hatred for each other. The reader will readily understand that these feelings lessened toward the center of the piece, acquiring most intensity at the extremes. It may be said myself to have belonged to the center gauche, it being my accidental position in the fabric, when it was a natural consequence to obtain sentiments of this shade. It will be seen in the end how prominent were these early impressions, and how far it is worth while for mere pocket handkerchiefs to throw away their time and permit their feelings to become excited concerning interests that they are certainly not destined to control, and about which, under the most favorable circumstances, they seldom obtain other than very questionable information. It followed from this state of feeling that the notion we are about to fall into the hands of the unfortunate daughter of Louis XVI exceeded considerable commotion and disgust among us. Though very moderate in my political antipathies and predilections, I confess to some excitement in my own case, declaring that if royalty was to be my lot, I would prefer not to ascend any higher on the scale than to become the property of that excellent Princess Amelia, who then presided in the Palais Royal, the daughter and sister of a king, but with as little prospects as desires of becoming a queen in her own person. This wish of mine was treated as grovelling, and even worse than republican, by the cote d'oeil of our piece, while the cote gauche sneered at it as manifesting a sneaking regard for station without the spirit to avow it. Both were mistaken, however, no unworthy sentiments entering into my decision. Accident had made me acquainted with the virtues of this estimable woman, and I felt assured that she would treat even a pocket handkerchief kindly. This early opinion has been confirmed by her deportment under very trying and unexpected events. I wish, as I believe she wishes herself, she had never been a queen. All our family did not aspire as high as royalty. Some looked forward to the glories of a banker's daughter's trousseau, and we understood that our price would be too high for any of the old nobility, while some even fancied that the happiness of travelling in company was reserved for us before we should be called regularly to enter on the duties of life. As we were so closely connected, and on the whole were affectionate as became brothers and sisters, it was the common wish that we might not be separated, but go together into the same wardrobe, let it be foreign or domestic, that of prince or plebeian. There were a few among us who spoke of the Duchesse de Berry as our future mistress, but the notion prevailed that we should so soon pass in the hands of a femme de chambre as to render the selection little desirable. In the end, we wisely and philosophically determined to await the result with patience, well knowing that we are altogether in the hands of caprice and fashion. At length the happy moment arrived when we were to quit the warehouse of the manufacturer. Let what would happen, this was a source of joy, inasmuch as we all knew that we could only vegetate while we continued where we then were, and that too without experiencing the delights of our former position, with good roots in the earth, a genial sun shedding its warmth upon our bosom, and balmy airs fanning our cheeks. We loved change, too, like other people, and had probably seen enough of vegetation, whether figurative or real, to satisfy us. Our departure from Picardy took place in June 1830, and we reached Paris on the first day of the succeeding month. We went through the formalities of the custom-houses or barrières the same day, and the next morning we were all transferred to a celebrated shop that dealt in articles of our genus. Most of the goods were sent on drays to the magazine, but our reputation having preceded us, we were honored with a fiacre, making the journey between the douane and the shop on the knee of the confidential commissionaire. Great was the satisfaction of our little party as we first drove down through the streets of this capital of Europe, the centre of fashion and the abode of elegance. Our natures had adapted themselves to circumstances, and we no longer pined for the luxuries of the linum usitasimum, but were ready to enter into all the pleasures of our new existence, which we were well understood was to be one of pure parade, for no handkerchief of our quality was ever employed on any of the more menial offices of the profession. We might occasionally brush a lady's cheek, or conceal a blush, or a smile, but the usitatissimum had been left behind us in the fields. The fiacre stopped at the door of a celebrated perfumer, and the commissionaire, deeming us of too much value to be left on a carriage seat, took us in her hand, while she negotiated a small affair with its mistress. This was our introduction to the pleasant association of sweet odours, of which it was to be our fortune to enjoy in future the most delicate and judicious communion. We knew very well that things of this sort were considered vulgar unless of the purest quality and used with a tact of good society, but still it was permitted to sprinkle a very little lavender, or exquisite eau de cologne, on a pocket handkerchief. The odour of these two scents, therefore, appeared quite natural to us, and as Madame Savon never allowed any perfume or articles, as these things are Chapter 3. Notwithstanding this accidental introduction to one of the nicest distinctions of good society, and the general exhilaration that prevailed in our party, I was far from being perfectly happy. To own the truth, I had left my heart in Picardy. I do not say that I was in love, for I am far from certain that there is any precedent for a pocket handkerchief's being in love at all, and I am quite sure that the sensations I experienced were different from those I have since had frequent occasion to hear described. The circumstances which called them forth were as follows. The manufactory in which our factory was fabricated was formerly known as the Château de la Rochemard, and had been the property of the Vicomte de la Rochemard previously to the revolution that overturned the throne of Louis XVI. The Vicomte and his wife joined the Royalists at Coblentz, and the former, with his only son, Adrien de la Rochemard, or the Chevalier de Rochemard, as he was usually termed, had joined the Allies in their attempted invasion of the soil of France. The Vicomte, Marshal du Camp, had fallen in battle, but the son escaped and passed his youth in exile, marrying a few years later a cousin whose fortunes were at as low an ebb as his own. One child, Adrien, was the sole issue of this marriage, having been born in the year 1810. Both the parents died before the Restoration, leaving the little girl to the care of her pious grandmother, La Vicomtesse, who survived in a feeble old age to descant on the former grandeur of her house, and to sigh in common with so many others for le bon vieux temps. At the Restoration there was some difficulty in establishing the right of the de la Rochemards to their share of the indemnity, a difficulty I never heard explained, but which was probably owing to the circumstance that there was no one in particular to interest themselves in the matter but an old woman of 65 and a little girl of 4. Such appellants, unsupported by money, interest, or power, seldom make out a very strong case for reparation of any sort in this righteous world of ours, and had it not been for the goodness of the Dauphine, it is probable that this Vicomtesse and her granddaughter would have been reduced to downright beggary. But the daughter of the late king got intelligence of the necessities of the 2 descendants of crusaders, and a pension of 2,000 francs a year was granted en attendant. $400 a year does not appear a large sum even to the nouveau riches of America, but it sufficed to give Adrienne and her grandmother a comfortable and even respectable subsistence in the provinces. It was impossible for them to inhabit the chateau, now converted into a workshop and filled with machinery, but lodgings were procured in its immediate vicinity. Here Madame la Rochemard whiled away the close of a varied and troubled life, if not in absolute peace, still not in absolute misery, while her granddaughter grew into young womanhood, a miracle of goodness and pious devotion to her sole surviving parent. The strength of the family tie in France and its comparative weakness in America has been the subject of frequent comment among travelers. I do not know that all which has been said is rigidly just, but I am inclined to think that much of it is, and, as I am now writing to Americans and of French people, I see no particular reason why the facts should be concealed. Respect for years, deference to authors of their being, and submission to parental authority are inculcated equally by the morals and the laws of France. The Conseillers de Famille is a beautiful system and wise provision in the national code, and aids greatly in maintaining that system of patriarchal rule which lies at the foundation of the whole social structure. Alas, in the case of the excellent Adrienne, this Conseiller de Famille was easily assembled and possessed perfect unanimity. The wars, the guillotine, and exile had reduced it to 2, one of which was despotic in her government, so far as theory was concerned at least, possibly at times a little so in practice. Still Adrienne on the whole grew up tolerably happy. She was taught most that it is suitable for a gentlewoman without being crammed with superfluous accomplishments, and aided by the good cure, a man who remembered her grandfather, had both polished and stored her mind. Her manners were of the excellent tone that distinguished the good society of Paris before the Revolution, being natural, quiet, simple, and considerate. She seldom laughed, I fear, but her smiles were sweetness and benevolence itself. The bleaching grounds of our manufactory were on the old park of the chateau. Thither Mademoiselle de la Rochemard was fond of coming in the fine mornings of June, for many of the roses and lovely Persian lilacs that once abounded there still remained. I first saw Adrienne in one of these visits, the quality of our little family circle attracting her attention. One of the bleachers, indeed, was an old servant of the Vicomte's, and it was a source of pleasure to him to point out anything to the ladies that he thought might prove interesting. This was the man who so diligently read the Montier, giving a religious credence to all it contained. He fancied no hand so worthy to hold fabrics of such exquisite fineness as that of Mademoiselle Adrienne, and it was through his assiduity that I had the honor of being first placed within the gentle pressure of her beautiful little fingers. This occurred about a month before our departure for Paris. Adrienne de Rochemard was then just 20. Her beauty was of a character that is not common in France, but which, when it does exist, is nowhere surpassed. She was slight and delicate in person, of fair hair and complexion, and with the meekest and most dove-like blue eyes I ever saw in a female face. Her smile, too, was of so winning and gentle a nature as to announce a disposition pregnant with all the affections. Still it was well understood that Adrienne was not likely to marry, her birth raising her above all intentions of connecting her ancient name with mere gold, while her poverty placed an almost insuperable barrier between her and most of the impoverished young men of rank whom she occasionally saw. Even the power of the Dauphin was not sufficient to provide Adrienne de Rochemard with a suitable husband, but of this the charming girl never thought. She lived more for her grandmother than for herself, and so long as that venerated relative, almost the only one that remained to her on earth, did not suffer or repine, she herself could be comparatively happy. "Dans le bon vieux temps," said the Vicomtesse, examining me through her spectacles and addressing Georges, who stood hat in hand to hearken to her wisdom. "Dans le bon vieux temps, mon ami, the ladies of the chateau did not want for these things. There were 6 dozen in my corbeille, which were almost as fine as this. As for the trousseau, I believe it had twice the number, but very little inferior." "I remember that, madame." Georges always gave his old mistress the title of honor, kept many of the beautiful garments of her trousseau untouched, down to the melancholy period of the Revolution. "It has been a mine of wealth to me, Georges, on behalf of that dear child. You may remember that this trousseau was kept in the old armoire, on the right-hand side of the little door of my dressing-room. The Madame la Vicomtesse will have the goodness to pardon me. It was on the left-hand side of the room. Monsieur's medals were kept in the opposite armoire. Our good Georges is right, Adrienne. He has a memory. Your grandfather insisted on keeping his medals in my dressing-room, as he says. Well, Monsieur Georges, left or right, there I left the remains of my trousseau when I fled from France, and there I found it untouched on my return. The manufactory had saved the chateau, and the manufacturers had spared my wardrobe. It's Chapter 4. From this time the charming Adrienne frequently visited the bleaching grounds, always accompanied by her grandmother. The presence of Georges was an excuse, but to watch the improvement in our appearance was the reason. Never before had Adrienne seen a fabric as beautiful as our own, and, as I afterwards discovered, she was laying by a few francs with the intention of purchasing the piece, and of working and ornamenting the handkerchiefs, in order to present them to her benefactress, the Dauphine. Mademoiselle de Rochemard was pleased with this project. It was becoming in a de la Rochemard, and they soon began to speak of it openly in their visits. 15 or 20 Napoleons might do it, and the remains of the recovered trousseau would still produce that sum. It is probable this intention would have been carried out, but for a severe illness that attacked the dear girl, during which her life was even despaired of. I had the happiness of hearing of her gradual recovery, however, before we commenced our journey, though no more was said of the purchase. Perhaps it was as well as it was, for by this time such a feeling existed in our extreme cote gauche that it might be questioned if the handkerchiefs of that end of the piece would have behaved themselves in the wardrobe of the Dauphin with the discretion and prudence that are expected from everything around the person of a princess of her exalted rank and excellent character. It is true none of us understood the questions at issue, but that only made the matter worse, the violence of all the dissensions being generally in proportion to the ignorance and consequent confidence of the disputants. I could not but remember Adrienne, as the commissionaire laid us down before the eye of the wife of the head of the firm, in the Rue de la Paz. We were carefully examined, and pronounced parfaits. Still it was not in the sweet tones, and with the sweeter smiles of the polished and gentle girl we had left in Picardy. There was a sentiment in her admiration that touched all our hearts, even to the most exaggerated republican among us, for she seemed to go deeper in her examination of merits than the mere texture and price. She saw her offering in our beauty, the benevolence of the Dauphin in our softness, her gratitude in our exquisite fineness, and princely munificence in our delicacy. In a word, she could enter into the sentiment of a pocket handkerchief. Alas, how different was the estimation in which we were held by the Désirée and her employers. With them it was purely a question of francs, and we had not been in the magazine 5 minutes when there was a lively dispute whether we were to be put at a certain number of Napoleons or 1 Napoleon more. A good deal was said about Mademoiselle la Duchesse, and I found that it was expected that a certain lady of that rank, one who had enjoyed the extraordinary luck of retaining her fortune, being of an old and historical family, and who was at the head of fashion in the Faubourg, would become the purchaser. At all events, it was determined that no one should see us until this lady returned to town, she being at the moment at Rosny with Madame, whence she was expected to accompany that princess to Dieppe to come back to her hotel in the Rue de Bourbon about the last of October. Here then were we doomed to 3 months of total seclusion in the heart of the gayest capital of Europe. It was useless to repine, and we determined among ourselves to exercise patience in the best manner we could. Accordingly, we were safely deposited in a particular drawer, along with a few other favourite articles, that, like our family, were reserved for the eyes of certain distinguished but absent customers. These specialties in trade are of frequent occurrence in Paris, and form a pleasant bond of union between the buyer and seller which gives a particular zest to this sort of commerce, and not unfrequently a particular value to goods. To see that which no one else has seen, and to own that which no one else can own, are equally agreeable and delightfully exclusive. All minds that do not possess the natural sources of exclusion are fond of creating them by means of a subordinate and more artificial character. On the whole, I think we enjoyed our new situation, rather than otherwise. The drawer was never opened, it is true, but that next it was in constant use, and certain crevices beneath the counter enabled us to see a little, and to hear more of what passed in the magazine. We were in a part of the shop most frequented by ladies, and we overheard a few tete-a-tetes that were not without amusement. These generally related to cancans. Paris is a town in which cancans do not usually flourish. their proper theatre being provincial and trading places beyond a question, still there are cancans at Paris, for all sorts of persons frequent that centre of civilization. The only difference is that in the social pictures offered by what are called cities, the cancans are in the strongest light and in the most conspicuous of the grouping, whereas in Paris they are kept in shadow and in the background. Still there are cancans at Paris, and cancans we overheard, and precisely in the manner I have related. Did pretty ladies remember that pocket handkerchiefs have ears, they might possibly have more reserve in the indulgence of this extraordinary propensity. We had been near a month in the drawer when I recognized a female voice near us that I often heard of late, speaking in a confident and decided tone, and making allusions that showed she belongs to the court. I presume her position there was not of the most exalted kind, yet it was sufficiently so to qualify her, in her own estimation, to talk politics. Les ordonnances were in her mouth constantly, and it was easy to perceive that she attached the greatest importance to these ordinances, whatever they were, and fancied a political millennium was near. The shop was frequented less than usual that day. The next it was worse still, in the way of business, and the clerks began to talk loud, also, about les ordinances. The following morning neither windows nor doors were opened, and we passed a gloomy time of uncertainty and conjecture. There were ominous sounds in the streets. Some of us thought we heard the roar of distant artillery. At length the master and mistress appeared by themselves in the shop. Money and papers were secured, and the female was just retiring to an inner room, when she suddenly came back to the counter, opened our drawer, seized us with no very reverent hands, and, the next thing we knew, the whole 12 of us were thrust into a trunk upstairs and buried in Egyptian darkness. From that moment all traces of what was occurring in the streets of Paris were lost to us. After all, it is not so very disagreeable to be only a pocket handkerchief in a revolution. Our imprisonment lasted until the following December. As our feelings had become excited on the questions of the day, as well as those of other rational beings around us, we might have passed a most uncomfortable time in the trunk, but for one circumstance. So great had been the hurry of our mistress in thus shutting us up, that we had been crammed in a way to leave it impossible to say which was the côte deux and which was the côte gauche. Thus completely deranged as parties, we took to discussing philosophical matters in general, an occupation well adapted to a situation that required so great an exercise of discretion. One day, when we least expected so great a change, our mistress came in person, searched several chests, trunks, and drawers, and finally discovered us where she had laid us with her own hands near 4 months before. It seems that in her hurry and fright she had actually forgotten in what nook we had been concealed. We were smoothed with care, our political order re-established, and then we were taken below and restored to the dignity of the select circle in the drawer already mentioned. This was like removing to a fashionable square, or living in a beau quartier of a capital. It was even better than removing from East Broadway into bona fide, real, unequaled, league-long, 80 feet wide Broadway. We now had an opportunity of learning some of the great events that had recently occurred in France, and which still troubled Europe. The Bourbons were again dethroned, as it was termed, and another Bourbon seated in their place. It would seem il y a Bourbon et Bourbon. The result has since shown that what is bred in the bone will break out in the flesh. Commerce was at a standstill. Our master passed half his time under arms as a National Guard, in order to keep the revolutionists from revolutionizing the revolution. Great families had laid aside their liveries, some of them their coaches, most of them their arms. Pocket handkerchiefs of our caliber would be thought decidedly aristocratic, and aristocracy in Paris, just at that moment, was almost in as bad odor as it is in America, where it ranks as an eighth deadly sin, though no one seems to know precisely what it means. In the latter country, an honest development of democracy is certain to be stigmatized and tainted with this crime. No governor would dare pardon it. The groans over the state of trade were loud and deep among those who lived by its innocent arts. Still, the holidays were near, and hope revived. If revolutionized Paris would not buy as the jour d'an approached, Paris must have a new dynasty. The police foresaw this, and it ceased to agitate in order to bring the Republicans into discredit. Men must eat, and trade was permitted to revive a little. Alas, how little do they who vote know why they vote, or they who dye their hands in the blood of their kind, why the deed has been done. The Duchesse had not returned to Paris, neither had she emigrated. Like most of the high nobility, who rightly enough believed that primogeniture and birth were of the least importance to them, she preferred to show her distaste for the present order of things, by which the youngest prince of a numerous family had been put upon the throne of the oldest, by remaining at her chateau. All expectations of selling us to her were abandoned, and we were thrown fairly into the market, on the great principle of liberty and equality. This was as became a republican reign. Our prospects were varied daily. The Dauphine, Madame, and all the de Rochefoucauds, de la Tremouilles, la Gramonts, de Rohans, de Crillons, etc., etc., were out of the question. The royal family were in England, the Orleans branch excepted, and the high nobility were very generally on their high ropes or abroad. As for the bankers, their reign had not yet fairly commenced. Previously to July 1830, this estimable class of citizens had not dared to indulge their native tastes for extravagance and parade. The grave dignity and high breeding of a very ancient but impoverished nobility holding them in some restraint, and then their fortunes were still uncertain. The funds were not firm, and even the honorable and worthy Jacques Lafitte, a man to ennoble any calling, was Chapter 5. The holidays were over, without there being any material revival of trade, when my deliverance unexpectedly occurred. It was in February, and I do believe our mistress had abandoned the expectation of disposing of us that season, when I heard a gentle voice speaking near the counter one day, in tones which struck me as familiar. It was a female, of course, and her inquiries were about a piece of cambric handkerchiefs, which she said had been sent to this shop from a manufactory in Picardy. There was nothing of the customary alertness in the manner of our mistress, and, to my surprise, she even showed the customer one or two pieces of much inferior quality before we were produced. The moment I got into the light, however, I recognized the beautifully turned form and sweet face of Adrienne de Rochemard. The poor girl was paler and thinner than when I had last seen her. Doubtless, I thought, the effects of her late illness, but I could not conceal from myself the unpleasant fact that she was much less expensively clad. I say less expensively clad, though the expression is scarcely just, for I had never seen her in attire that would be properly called expensive at all, and yet the term mean would be equally applicable to her present appearance. It might be better to say that, relieved by a faultless, even the fastidious neatness and grace, there was an air of severe, perhaps pinched economy in her present attire. This it was that had prevented our mistress from showing her fabrics as fine as we on the first demand. Still, I thought there was a slight flush in the cheek of the poor girl, and faint smile on her features, as she instantly recognized us for old acquaintances. For one, I own I was delighted at finding her soft fingers again brushing over my own exquisite surface, feeling as if one had been expressly designed for the other. Then Adrienne hesitated. She appeared desirous of speaking, and yet abashed. Her color went and came until a deep rosy blush settled on each cheek, and her tongue found utterance. "Would it suit you, madame," she asked, as if dreading a repulse, "to part with one of these?" "Your pardon, mademoiselle. Handkerchiefs of this quality are seldom sold singly." "I feared as much, and yet I have occasion for only one. It is to be worked, if it—" The words came slowly, and they were spoken with difficulty. At that last uttered, the sound of the sweet girl's voice died entirely away. I fear it was the dullness of trade rather than any considerations of benevolence that induced our mistress to depart from her rule. "The price of each handkerchief is 25 francs, mademoiselle." She had offered the day before to sell us to the wife of one of the richest agents de gens in Paris at a Napoleon apiece. "The price is 25 francs if you take the dozen, but as you appear to wish only one, rather than not oblige you, it may be had for 28. There was a strange mixture of sorrow and delight in the countenance of Adrienne, but she did not hesitate, and, attracted by the odour of the eau de cologne, she instantly pointed me out as the handkerchief she selected. Our mistress passed her scissors between me and my neighbour of the côte gauche, and then she seemed instantly to regret her own precipitation. Before making the final separation from the piece, she delivered herself of her doubts. "It is worth another franc, mademoiselle," she said, "to cut a handkerchief from the centre of the piece." The pain of Adrienne was now too manifest for concealment. That she ardently desired the handkerchief was beyond dispute, and yet there existed some evident obstacle to her wishes. "I fear I have not so much money with me, madame," she said, pale as death, for all sense of shame was lost in intense apprehension. Still, her trembling hands did their duty, and her purse was produced. A gold Napoleon promised well, but it had no fellow. 7 more francs appeared in single pieces, and 2 10-sous were produced, after which nothing remained but copper. The purse was emptied, and the reticule rummaged, the whole amounting to just 28 francs 7 sous. "I have no more, madame," said Adrienne in a faint voice. The woman, who had been trained in the school of suspicion, looked intently at the other for an instant, and then swept the money into her drawer, content with having extorted from this poor girl more than she would have dared to ask of the wife of the agent de change. Adrienne took me up and glided from the shop, as if she feared her dear bought prize would yet be torn from her. I confess my own delight was so great that I did not fully appreciate at the time all the hardship of the case. It was enough to be liberated, to get into the fresh air, to be about to fulfill my proper destiny. I was tired of that sort of vegetation in which I neither grew nor was watered by tears, nor could I see those stars on which I so much doted, and from which I had learned a wisdom so profound. The politics, too, were rendering our family unpleasant. The Côte droit was becoming supercilious. It had always been illogical, while the Côte gauche was just beginning to discover that it had made a revolution for other people. Then it was happiness itself to be with Adrienne, and when I felt the dear girl pressing me to her heart, by an act of volition of which pocket handkerchiefs are little suspected, I threw up a fold of my gossamer-like texture, as if the air wafted me, and brushed the first tear of happiness from her eye that she had shed in months. The reader may be certain that my imagination was all alive to conjecture the circumstances which had brought Adrienne de Rochemard to Paris, and why she had been so assiduous in searching me out in particular. Could it be that the grateful girl had intended to make her offering to the Duchesse d'Angoulême? Ah, no, that princess was in exile, while her sister was forming weak plots in behalf of her son, which a double treachery was about to defeat. I have already hinted that pocket handkerchiefs do not receive and communicate ideas by means of the organs in use among human beings. They possess a clairvoyance that is always available under favorable circumstances. In their case, the mesmeric trance may be said to be ever in existence, while in the performance of their proper functions. It is only while crowded into bales or thrust into drawers for the vulgar purposes of trade that this instinct is dormant. A beneficent nature, scorning to exercise her benevolence for any but legitimate objects, I now mean legitimacy as connected with cause and effect, and nothing political or dynastic. By virtue of this power, I had not long been held in the soft hand of Adrienne, or pressed against her beating heart, without becoming the master of all her thoughts, as well as her various causes of hope and fear. This knowledge did not burst upon me at once, it is true, as is pretended to be the case with certain somnambules, for with me there is no empiricism. Everything proceeds from cause to effect, and a little time, with some progressive steps, was necessary to make me fully acquainted with the whole. The simplest things became the first apparent, and others followed by species of magnetic induction, which I cannot now stop to explain. When this tale is told, I propose to lecture on the subject, to which all the editors in the country will receive the usual free tickets, when the world cannot fail at knowing quite as much, at least, as these meritorious public servants. The first fact that I learned was the very important one that the Vicomtesse had lost all her usual means of support by the late Revolution, and the consequent exile of the Dauphin. This blow, so terrible to the grandmother and her dependent child, had occurred, too, most inopportunely as to time. A half-year's pension was nearly due at the moment the great change occurred, and the day of payment arrived and passed, leaving these two females literally without 20 francs. Had it not been for the remains of the trousseau, both must have begged or perished of want. The crisis called for decision, and fortunately the old lady, who had already witnessed so many vicissitudes, had still sufficient energy to direct their proceedings. Paris was the best place in which to dispose of her effects, and thither she and Adrian came, without a moment's delay. The shops were first tried, but the shops in the autumn of 1830 offered indifferent resources for the seller. Valuable effects were there daily sold for a 20th of their original cost, and the Vicomtesse saw her little stores diminish daily, for the Mont-de-Piété was obliged to regulate its own proceedings by the received current values of the day. Old age, vexation, and this last most cruel blow did not fail of effecting that which might have been foreseen. The Vicomtesse sank under this accumulation of misfortunes, and became bedridden, helpless, and querulous. Everything now devolved on the timid, gentle, unpractised Adrienne. All females of her condition in countries advanced in civilization like France took to the resource of imparting a portion of what they themselves have acquired to others of their own sex in moments of urgent necessity. The possibility of Adrienne's being compelled to become a governess or a companion had long been kept in view, but the situation of Mademoiselle de Rochemard forbade any attempt of the sort. For the moment, yet the state of the country rendered it at all probable that a situation could have been procured. In this fearful exigency, Adrienne had aroused all her energies, and gone deliberately into the consideration of her circumstances. Poverty had compelled Mademoiselle de Rochemard to seek the cheapest respectable lodging she could find on reaching town. In anticipation of a long residence, and for the consideration of a considerable abatement in price, she had fortunately paid 6 months' rent in advance, thus removing from Adrienne the apprehension of having no place in which to cover her head for some time to come. These lodgings were in an entresol of the Place Royale, a perfectly reputable and private part of the town, and in many respects were highly eligible. Many of the menial offices, too, were to be performed by the wife of the porter, according to the bargain, leaving to poor Adrienne, however, all the care of her grandmother, whose room she seldom quitted, the duties of nurse and cook, and the still more important task of finding the means of subsistence. For quite a month the poor desolate girl contrived to provide for her grandmother's necessities by disposing of the different articles of the trousseau. This store was now nearly exhausted, and she had found a milliner who gave her a miserable pittance for toiling with her needle 8 or 10 hours each day. Adrienne had not lost a moment, but had begun this system of ill-requited industry long before her money was exhausted. She foresaw that her grandmother must die, and the great object of her present existence was to provide for the new remaining wants of this only relative during the brief time she had yet to live, and to give her decent and Christian burial. Of her own future lot the poor girl thought as little as possible, though fearful glimpses would obtrude themselves on her uneasy imagination. At first she had employed a physician, but her means could not pay for his visits, nor did the situation of her grandmother render them very necessary. He promised to call occasionally without fee, and for a short time he kept his word. But his benevolence soon wearied of performing offices that really were not required. By the end of the month Adrienne saw him no more. As long as her daily toil seemed to supply her own little wants, Adrienne was content to watch on, weep on, pray on, in waiting for the moment she so much dreaded, that which was to sever the last ties she appeared to possess on earth. It is true that she had a very few distant relatives, but they had emigrated to America at the commencement of the Revolution of 1789. and all trace of them had long been lost. In point of fact, the men were dead, and the females were grandmothers with English names, and were almost ignorant of any such persons as the de la Rochemards. From these Adrienne had nothing to expect. To her they were as beings in another planet. But the trousseau was nearly exhausted, and the stock of ready money was reduced to a single napoleon and a little change. It was absolutely necessary to decide on some new scheme for a temporary subsistence, and that without delay. Among the valuables of the trousseau was a piece of exquisite lace that had never been even worn. The Vicomtesse had pride in looking at it, for it showed the traces of her former wealth and magnificence, and she would never consent to part with it. Adrienne had carried it once to her employer, the milliner, with the intention of disposing of it, but the price offered was so greatly below what she knew to be the true value that she would not sell it. Her own wardrobe, however, was going fast. Nothing disposable remained of her grandmother's, and this piece of lace must be turned to account in some way. While reflecting on these dire necessities, Adrienne remembered our family. She knew to what shop we had been sent in Paris, and she now determined to purchase one of us, to bestow on the handkerchief selected some of her own beautiful needlework, to trim it with this lace, and, by the sale, to raise a sum sufficient for all her grandmother's earthly wants. Generous souls are usually ardent. Their hopes keep pace with their wishes, and as Adrienne had heard that 20 napoleons were sometimes paid by the wealthy for a single pocket handkerchief, when thus decorated, she saw a little treasure in reserve before her mind's eye. "I can do the work in 2 months," she said to herself, "by taking the time I have used for exercise, and by severe economy. By eating less myself and working harder, we can make out to live that time on what we have." This was the secret of my purchase, and the true reason why this lovely girl had literally expended her last sou in making it. The cost had materially exceeded her expectations, and she could not return home without disposing of some article she had in her reticule to supply the vacuum left in her purse. There would be nothing ready for the milliner under 2 or 3 days, and there was little change in the lodgings to meet the necessities of her grandmother. Adrienne had taken her way along the quays, delighted with her acquisition, and was far from the Mont de Piété before this indispensable duty occurred to her mind. She then began to look about her for a shop in which she might dispose of something for the moment. Luckily, she was the mistress of a gold thimble that had been presented to her by her grandmother as her very last birthday present. It was painful for her to part with it, but as it was to supply the wants of that very parent, the sacrifice cost her less than might otherwise have been the case. Its price had been a napoleon, and a napoleon just then was a mint of money in her eyes. Besides, she had a silver thimble at home, and a brass one would do for her work. Adrienne's necessities had made her acquainted with several jewelers' shops. To one of these she now proceeded, and first observing through the window that no person was in but one of her own sex, the silversmith's wife, she entered with the greater confidence and alacrity. "Madame," she said in timid tones, for want had not yet made Adrienne bold or coarse, "I have a thimble to dispose of. Could you be induced to buy it?" The woman took the thimble and examined it, weighed it, and submitted its metal to the test of the touchstone. It was a pretty thimble, though small, or it would not have fitted Adrienne's finger. This fact struck the woman of the shop, and she cast a suspicious glance at Adrienne's hand, the whiteness and size of which, however, satisfied her that the thimble had not been stolen. what do you expect to receive for this thimble, mademoiselle?" asked the woman coldly. "It cost a Napoleon, madame, and it was made expressly for myself." "You do not expect to sell it at what it cost," was the dry answer. "Perhaps not, madame. I suppose you will look for a profit in selling it again. I wish you to name the price." This was said because the delicate ever shrink from a fiction. Chapter 6. Occupation is a blessed relief to the miserable. Of all the ingenious modes of torture that have ever been invented, that of solitary confinement is probably the most cruel, the mind feeding on itself with the rapacity of a cormorant, when the conscience quickens its activity and feeds its longings. Happily for Adrienne, she had too many positive cares to be enabled to waste many minutes either in retrospection or in endeavors to conjecture the future. Far, far more happily for herself, her conscience was clear, for never had a purer mind or a gentler spirit dwelt in a female breast. Still she could blame her own oversight, and it was days before her self-upbraidings for thus trifling with what she conceived to be the resources of her beloved grandmother were driven from her thoughts by the pressure of other and greater ills. Were I to last 1,000 years and rise to the dignity of being the handkerchief that the Grand Turk is said to toss toward his favorite, I could not forget the interest with which I accompanied Adrienne to the door of her little apartment in the entresol. She was in the habit of hiring little Natalie, the porter's daughter, to remain with her grandmother during her own necessary but brief absences, and this girl was found at the entrance, eager to be relieved. "Has my grandmother asked for me, Natalie?" demanded Adrienne anxiously the moment they met. "No, mademoiselle. Madame has done nothing but sleep, and I was getting so tired." The sou was given, and the porter's daughter disappeared, leaving Adrienne alone in the antechamber. The furniture of this little apartment was very respectable, for Madame de Rochemard, besides paying a pretty fair rent, had hired it just after the Revolution, when the prices had fallen quite half, and the place had by no means the appearance of that poverty which actually reigned within. Adrian went through the antechamber, which served also as a salle de mange, and past a small salon into the bedchamber of her parent. Here her mind was relieved by finding all right. She gave her grandmother some nourishment, inquired tenderly as to her wishes, executed several little necessary offices, and then sat down to work for her own daily bread, every moment being precious to one so situated. I expected to be examined, perhaps caressed, fondled, or praised, but no such attention awaited me. Adrian had arranged everything in her own mind, and I was to be produced only at those extra hours in the morning, when she had been accustomed to take exercise in the open air. For the moment I was laid aside, though in a place that enabled me to be a witness of all that occurred. The day passed in patient toil on the part of the poor girl, the only relief she enjoyed being those moments when she was called on to attend the wants of her grandmother. A light pottage with a few grapes and bread composed her dinner. Even of these I observed that she laid aside nearly half of the succeeding day, doubts of her having the means of supporting her parent until the handkerchief was completed beginning to beset her mind. It was these painful and obtrusive doubts that most distressed the dear girl. Now for the expectation of reaping a reward comparatively brilliant from the ingenious device to repair her means on which she had fallen was strong within her. Poor child! Her misgivings were the overflowings of a tender heart, while her hopes partook of the sanguine character of youth and inexperience. My turn came the following morning. It was now spring, and this is a season of natural delights in Paris. We were already in April, and the flowers had begun to shed their fragrance on the air, and so brightened the aspect of the public gardens. Madame de Rochemard usually slept the soundest at this hour, and hitherto Adrian had not hesitated to leave her, while she went herself to the nearest public promenade, to breathe the pure air and to gain strength for the day. In future she was to deny herself this sweet gratification. It was such a sacrifice as the innocent and virtuous, and I may add the tasteful, who are cooped up amid the unnatural restraints of a town, will best know how to appreciate. Still, it was made without a murmur, though not without a sigh. When Adrian laid me on the frame where I was to be ornamented by her own pretty hands, she regarded me with a look of delight, nay, even of affection, that I shall never forget. As yet she felt none of the malign consequences of the self-denial she was about to exert. If not blooming, her cheeks still remained some of their native color, and her eye, thoughtful and even sad, was not yet anxious and sunken. She was pleased with her purchase, and she contemplated prodigies in the way of results. Adrian was unusually skilful with a needle, and her taste had been so highly cultivated as to make her a perfect mistress of all the properties of patterns. At the time it was thought of making an offering of all our family to the Dauphine. The idea of working the handkerchiefs was entertained, and some designs of exquisite beauty and neatness had been prepared. They were not simple, vulgar, unmeaning ornaments, such as the uncultivated seize upon with avidity on account of their florid appearance, but well-devised drawings that were replete with taste and thought, and afforded some apology for the otherwise senseless luxury contemplated, by aiding in refining the imagination and cultivating the intellect. She had chosen one of the simplest and most beautiful of these designs, intending to transfer it to my face by means of the needle. The first stitch was made just as the clocks were striking the hour of 5 on the morning of the 14th of April, 1831. The last was drawn that day 2 months precisely as the same clock struck 12. For 4 hours Adrienne sat bending over her toil, deeply engrossed in the occupation, and flattering herself with the fruits of her success. I learned much of the excellent child's true character in these brief hours. Her mind wandered over her hopes and fears, recurring to her other labors and the prices she received for occupations so wearying and slavish. By the milliner she was paid merely as a common sewing girl, though her neatness, skill, and taste might well have entitled her to double wages. A franc a day was the usual price for girls of an inferior caste, and out of this they were expected to find their own lodgings and food. But the poor Revolution had still a great deal of private misery to answer for in the way of reduced wages. Those who live on the frivolities of mankind, or what is the same thing, their luxuries, have two sets of victims to plunder: the consumer and the real producer, or the operative. This is true where men are employed, but much truer in the case of females. The last are usually so helpless that they often cling to oppression and wrong rather than submit to be cast entirely upon the world. The marchand de mode who employed Adrienne was as rusé as a politician who had followed all the tergiversations of Gaelic policy since the year '89. She was fully aware of what a prize she possessed in the unpractised girl, and she felt the importance of keeping her in ignorance of her own value. By paying the franc, it might give her assistant premature notions of her own importance. But by bringing her down to 15 sous, humility could be inculcated, and the chance of keeping her doubled. This, which would have defeated a bargain with any common courtier, succeeded perfectly with Adrienne. She received her 15 sous with humble thankfulness, in constant apprehension of losing even that miserable pittance. Nor would her employer consent to let her work by the piece, at which the dear child might have earned at least 30 sous, for she discovered that she had to deal with a person of conscience, and that in no mode could as much be possibly extracted from the assistant as by confiding to her own honor. At 9 each day she was to breakfast, at 9:15 precisely to commence work for her employer. At 1 she had a remission of half an hour, and at 6 she became her own mistress. "I put confidence in you, mademoiselle," said the marchand de mode, "and leave you to yourself entirely. You will bring home the work as it is finished, and your money will be always ready. Should your grandmother occupy more of your time than common on any occasion, you can make it up of yourself by working a little earlier or a little later, or once in a while you can throw in a day to make up for lost time. You would not do as well at piecework, and I wish to deal generously by you. When certain things are wanted in a hurry, you will not mind working an hour or two beyond time, and I will always find lights with the greatest pleasure. Permit me to advise you to take the intermissions as much as possible for your attentions to your grandmother, who must be attended to properly. See, the care of our parents is one of the most solemn duties. Adieu, mademoiselle. Au revoir." This was one of the speeches of the marchand de mode Adrienne, and the dear girl repeated it in her mind as she sat at work on me, without the slightest distrust of the heartless selfishness it so ill concealed. On 15 sous she found she could live without encroaching on the little stock set apart for the support of her grandmother, and she was content. Alas, the poor girl had not entered into any calculation of the expenses of lodgings, or fuel, or clothes, of health impaired, and as for any resources for illness or accidents, she was totally without them. Still, Adrienne thought herself the obliged party, in times as critical as those which then hung over France, in being permitted to toil for a sum that would barely supply a grisette, accustomed all her life to privations with the coarsest necessities. I have little to say in the succeeding fortnight. Madame de la Rochemard gradually grew feebler, but she might still live months, no one could tell, and Adrian hoped she would never die. Happily her real wants were few, though her appetite was capricious, and her temper querulous. Love for her grandchild, however, shone in all she said and did, and so long as she was loved by this, the only being on earth she had ever been taught to love herself, Adrian would not think an instant of the ills caused by the infirmities of age. She husbanded her money with the utmost frugality, and contrived to save even a few sous daily out of her own wages to add to her grandmother's stock. This she could not have done but for the circumstance of there being so much in the house of their early stores to help eke out the supplies of the moment. But at the end of a fortnight, Adrienne found herself reduced to her last franc, including all her own savings. Something must be done, and that without delay, or Madame de Rochemard would be without the means of support. By this time Adrienne had little to dispose of except the lace. This exquisite piece of human ingenuity had originally cost 5 louis d'or, and Adrienne had once shown it to her employer, who had generously offered to give her 2 napoleons for it. But the lace must be kept for my gala dress, and it was hoped that it would bring at least its original cost when properly bestowed as an ornament on a fabric of my quality. There was the silver thimble, and that had cost 5 francs. Adrienne sent for the porter's daughter, and she went forth to dispose of this, almost the only article of luxury that remained to her. "Un Dieu, ma bonne damoiselle!" exclaimed the woman to whom the thimble was offered for sale. "This is so common an article as scarcely to command any price. I will give 30 sous notwithstanding." Adrienne had made her calculations, as she fancied, with some attention to the ways of the world. Bitter experience was teaching her severe lessons, and she felt the necessity of paying more attention than had been her wont to the practices of men. She had hoped to receive 3 francs for her thimble, which was quite new, and which, being pretty, was cheap at 5, as sold in the shops. She ventured, therefore, to express as much to the woman in question. 3 francs, mademoiselle?" exclaimed the other. "Jamais, since the 3 days. All our commerce has been destroyed, and no one would think of giving such a price. If I get 3 for it myself, I shall be too happy. Cependant, as the thimble is pretty, and the metal looks good, we will say 35 sous, and have no more words about it." Adrienne sighed, and then she received the money and returned home. 2 hours later, the woman at the shop met with an idle customer who had more money than discretion, and she sold this very thimble for 6 francs, under the plea that it was a new fashion and had sprung out of the Revolution of July. That illustrious event, however, produced other results that were quite as hard to be reduced to the known connection between cause and effect as this. Adrienne found that by using the wine which still remained, as well as some sugar and arrowroot, her grandmother could be made comfortable for just 10 sous a day. She had been able to save of her own wages 3, and here, then, were the means of maintaining Madame de Rochemard, including the franc on hand, for just a week longer. To do this, however, some little extra economy would be necessary. Adrienne had conscientiously taken the time used to sell the thimble from her morning's work on me. As she sat down on her return, she went over these calculations in her mind, and, when they were ended, she cast a look at her work as if to calculate its duration by what she had so far finished. Her eye assured her that not more than 1/4 of her labor was as yet completed. Could she get over the next 6 weeks, however, she would be comparatively rich, and as her lease would be out in 2 months, she determined to get cheaper lodgings in the country, remove her grandmother, purchase another handkerchief, if possible one of my family, and while she lived on the fruits of her present labors, to earn the means for a still more remote day. It is true she had no more lace with which to decorate another handkerchief, but the sale of this would supply the money to purchase a new, and in this way the simple-minded girl saw no reason why she might not continue on as long as health and strength would allow, at least as long as her grandmother lived. Hope is as blessed a provision for the poor and unhappy as occupation. While oppressed with present ills, they struggle to obtain a fancied existence under happier auspices, furnishing a healthful and important lesson to man, that never ceases to remind him of a future that is to repair every wrong, apply a balm to every wound, if he will only make a timely provision for its wants. Again did Adrienne resume her customary round of duties. 4 hours each morning were devoted to me, then followed the frugal breakfast, when her commoner toil for the milliner succeeded. The rest of the day was occupied with this latter work, for which she received the customary 15 sous. When she retired at night, which the ailings and complaints of her grandmother seldom permitted before 11, it was with a sense of weariness that began to destroy sleep. Still the dear girl thought herself happy, for I more than equaled her expectations, and she had latterly worked on me with so much zeal as to have literally thrown the fruits of 2 weeks' work into one. But the few francs Adrienne possessed diminished with alarming rapidity. She began to calculate her ways and means once more, and this was no longer done as readily as before. Her own wardrobe would not bear any drain upon it. Early in the indisposition of her grandmother, all of that had been sold which she could spare, for, with the disinterestedness of her nature, when sacrifices became necessary, her first thoughts were of her own little stock of clothes. Of jewelry she never had been the mistress of much, though the Vicomtesse had managed to save a few relics of her own ancient magnificence. Nevertheless, they were articles of but little value, the days of her exile having made many demands on all such resources. It happened one evening, when Adrienne was receiving her wages from the milliner, that the poor girl overheard a discourse that proved she was not paid at the rate at which others were remunerated. Her eyes told her that her own work was the neatest in the shop, and she also saw that she did more than any other girl employed by the same person. As she knew her own expertness with the needle, this did not surprise her, but she felt some wonder that more and better work should produce the least reward. Little did she understand the artifices of the selfish and calculating, one of the most familiar of their frauds being to conceal from the skilful their own success, lest it should command a price in proportion to its claims. The milliner heard Adrienne's ladylike and gentle remonstrance with alarm, and she felt that she was in danger of losing a prize. But 2 expedients suggested themselves: to offer a higher price, or to undervalue the services she was so fearful of losing. Her practised policy, as well as her selfishness, counseled her to try the latter expedient first. "You amaze me, mademoiselle," she answered, when Adrienne, trembling at her own resolution, ceased speaking. "I was thinking myself whether I could afford to pay you 15 sous, when so many young women who have been regularly brought up to the business are willing to work for less. I am afraid we must part unless you can consent to receive 12 sous in the future." Adrienne stood aghast. the very mirror of truth herself, she could not imagine that anyone, least of all any woman, could be so false and cruel as to practice the artifice to which the milliner had resorted. And here, just as she saw a way open by which she might support both her grandmother and herself until the handkerchief was completed, a change threatened her, by which she was to be left altogether without food. Still her conscience was so tender that she even doubted the propriety of accepting her old wages, were she really incompetent to earn them. "I had hoped, madame," she said, the color coming and going on her cheeks that were now usually pale, "I had hoped, madame, that you found my work profitable. Surely, surely I bring home as much at night as any other demoiselle you employ. In that there is not much difference, I allow, mademoiselle, but you can imagine that work done by one accustomed to the art is more likely to please customers than work done by one who has been educated as a lady. Cependant, I will not throw you off, as I know that your poor dear grandmother—" "See," eagerly interrupted Adrian, trembling from head to foot with apprehension. "I know it all, mademoiselle. When the dear old lady shall not suffer, you shall both be made happy again on 15. To ease your mind, mademoiselle, I am willing to make a written contract for a year at that rate, too, to put your heart at ease." "No, murmured Adrian, happy and grateful for the moment, but unwilling to defeat her own plans for the future. Thank you, madame. Tomorrow you shall see what I can do." And Adrian toiled the succeeding day not only until her fingers and body ached, but until her very heart ached. Poor child! Little did she think that she was establishing precedents against herself, by which further and destructive exertions might be required. But the apprehension of losing the pittance she actually received, and thereby blasting all hopes from me, was constantly before her mind, quickening her hand and sustaining her body. During all this time Madame de Rochemard continued slowly to sink. Old age, disappointments, and poverty were working out their usual results, and Chapter 7. The morning of 14th June arrived. Paris is then at its loveliest season. The gardens in particular are worthy of the capital of Europe, and they are open to all who can manage to make a decent appearance. Adrienne's hotel had a little garden in the rear, and she sat at her window endeavoring to breathe the balmy odors that arose from it. Enter it she could not. It was the property, or devoted to the uses, of the occupant of the rez-de-chaussée. Still, she might look at it as often as she dared to raise her eyes from her needle. The poor girl was not what she had been 2 months before. The handkerchief wanted but a few hours of being finished, it is true, but the pale cheeks, the hollow eyes, and the anxious look proved at what a sacrifice of health and physical force I had become what I was. As I had grown in beauty, the hand that ornamented me had wasted, and when I looked up to catch the smile of approbation, it was found to be careworn and melancholy. Still the birds did not sing the less sweetly, for Paris is full of birds. The roses were as fragrant, and the verdure was as deep as ever. Nature does not stop to lament over any single victim of human society. When misery is the deepest, there is something awful in this perpetual and smiling round of natural movements. It teaches profoundly the insignificance of the atoms of creation. Adrienne had risen earlier than common even this morning, determined to get through with her task by noon, for she was actually sewing on the lace, and her impatience would not permit her to resume the work of the milliner that day at least. For the last month she had literally lived on dry bread herself, at first with a few grapes to give her appetite a little gratification, but toward the last on nothing but bread and water. She had not suffered so much from a want of food, however, as from a want of air and exercise, from unremitting wasting toil at a sedentary occupation, from hope deferred, and from sleepless nights. Then she wanted the cheering association of sympathy. She was strictly alone. With the exception of her short interviews with the milliner, she conversed with no one. Her grandmother slept most of the time, and when she did speak, it was with the querulousness of disease, and not in the tones of affection. This was hardest of all to bear, but Adrienne did bear up under all, flattering herself that when she could remove Madame de Rochemard into the country, her grandmother would revive and become as fond of her as ever. She toiled on, therefore, though she could not altogether suppress her tears. Under her painful and pressing circumstances, the poor girl felt her deepest affliction to be that she had no time to pray. Her work, now that she had nothing to expect from the milliner, could not be laid aside for a moment, though her soul did pour out its longings as she sat plying her needle. Fortunately, Madame de Rochemard was easy and tranquil the whole of the last morning. Although nearly exhausted by her toil and want of food, for Adrienne had eaten her last morsel, half a roll, at breakfast, she continued to toil. But the work was nearly done, and the dear girl's needle fairly flew. Of a sudden she dropped me in her lap and burst into a flood of tears. Her sobs were hysterical, and I felt afraid she would faint. A glass of water, however, restored her, and then this outpouring of an exhausted nature was suppressed. I was completed. At that instant, if not the richest, I was probably the neatest and most tasteful handkerchief in Paris. At this critical moment, Désirée, the commissionaire, entered the room. From the moment that Adrienne had purchased me, this artful woman had never lost sight of the intended victim. By means of an occasional bribe to little Natalie, she ascertained the precise progress of the work, and learning that I should probably be ready for sale that very morning, under the pretense of hiring the apartment, she was shown into my important presence. A brief apology explained all, and Adrienne civilly showed her little rooms. "When does your lease end, mademoiselle?" demanded Desiree carelessly. "Next week, madame. I intend to remove to the country with my grandmother the beginning of the week." "You will do very right. No one that has the means should stay in Paris after June. Dieu, what a beautiful handkerchief! Surely this is not your work, mademoiselle?" Adrienne simply answered in the affirmative, and then the commissionaire's admiration was redoubled. Glancing her eye around the room as if to ascertain the probabilities, the woman inquired if the handkerchief was ordered. Adrienne blushed, but shaking off the transient feeling of shame, she stated that it was for sale. "I know a lady who would buy this, a marchand de mode, a friend of mine, who gives the highest prices that are ever paid for such articles. For, to tell you the truth, certain Russian princesses employ her in all these little matters. Have you thought of your price, mademoiselle?" Adrienne's bloom had actually returned, with this unexpected gleam of hope, for the affair of disposing of me had always appeared awful in her imagination. She owned the truth frankly, and said that she had not made herself acquainted with the prices of such things, except as she had understood what affluent ladies paid for them. "Ah, that is a different matter," said Desiree coldly. "These ladies pay far more than a thing is worth. Now, you paid 10 francs for the handkerchief itself?" 28, answered Adrienne, trembling. 28! Mademoiselle, they deceived you shamefully. 10 would have been dear in the present absence of strangers from Paris. No, call that 10. This lace would probably bring a Napoleon. Yes, I think it might bring a Napoleon." Adrienne's heart sunk within her. She had supposed it to be worth at least 5 times as much. "That makes 30 francs," continued Desiree coldly. "And now for the work. You must have been a fortnight doing all this pretty work." 2 months, madame," said Adrienne faintly. 2 months! Oh, you are not accustomed to the sort of work, and are not adroit, perhaps. I worked only in the mornings and late at night, but still think I worked full hours. Yes, you worked when sleepy. Call it a month, then. 30 days at 10 sous a day make 15 francs. 10 for the handkerchief, 20 for the lace, and 15 for the work, make 45 francs. Parole d'honneur, it does come to a pretty price for a handkerchief. See, we must ask 45 francs for it, and then we can always abate the 5 francs, and take 2 Napoleons." Adrienne felt sick at heart. Want of nourishment had lessened her energies, and here came a blow to all her golden visions that was near overcoming her. She knew that handkerchiefs similar to this frequently sold for 20 Napoleons in the shops, but she did not know how much the cupidity of trade extracted from the silly and vain in the way of sheer contributions to avarice. It is probable the unfortunate young lady would have lost her consciousness under the weight of this blow, had it not been for the sound of her grandmother's feeble voice calling her to the bedside. This was a summons that Adrienne never disregarded, and for the moment she forgot her causes of grief. "My poor Adrienne," whispered Madame de Rochemard in a tone of tenderness that her granddaughter had not heard for some weeks. "My poor Adrienne, the hour is near when we must part." "Grandmamma, dearest grandmamma." "Nay, love, God wills it. I am old, and I feel death upon me. It is happy that he comes so gently, and when I am so well prepared to meet him. The grave has views that no other scene offers, Adrienne. Noble blood and ancient renown are as nothing compared to God's mercy and forgiveness. Pardon me if I have ever taught thy simple heart to dwell on vanities, but it was a fault of the age. This world is all vanity, and I can now see it when it is too late. Do not let my fault be thy fault, child of my love. Kiss me, Adrian. Pray for my soul when all is over. Yes, dearest grandmamma, thou knowest I will. Thou must part with the rest of the trousseau to make thyself comfortable when I am gone. I will do as thou wishest, dearest grandmamma. Perhaps it will raise enough to purchase thee 400 or 500 francs of rents, on which thou mayest live with frugality. Perhaps it will, grandmamma. Thou wilt not sell the thimble. That thou wilt keep to remember me. Adrienne bowed her head and groaned. Then her grandmother desired her to send for a priest, and her thoughts took another direction. It was fortunate they did, for the spirit of the girl could not have endured more. That night Madame de Rochemar died, the wife of the porter, the bon cure, and Adrienne alone being present. Her last words were a benediction on the fair and gentle being who had so faithfully and tenderly nursed her in old age. When all was over and the body was laid out, Adrienne asked to be left alone with it. Living or dead, her grandmother could never be an object of dread to her, and there were few disposed to watch. In the course of the night, Adrienne even caught a little sleep, a tribute that nature imperiously demanded of her weakness. The following day was one of anguish and embarrassment. The physician, who always inspects the dead in France, came to make his report. The arrangements were to be ordered for the funeral. Fortunately, as Adrienne had thought, Désirée appeared in the course of the morning as one who came in consequence of having been present at so much of the scene of the preceding day. In her character of a commissionaire she offered her services, and Adrienne, unaccustomed to act for herself in such offices, was fain to accept them. She received an order, or rather an answer to a suggestion of her own, and hurried off to give the necessary directions. Adrienne was now left alone again with the body of her deceased grandmother. As soon as the excitement ceased, she began to feel languid, and she became sensible of her own bodily wants. Food of no sort had passed her lips in more than 30 hours, and her last meal had been a scanty breakfast of dry bread. As the faintness of hunger came over her, Adrienne felt for her purse with the intention of sending Nathalie to a neighboring baker's, when the truth flashed upon her in its dreadful reality. She had not a laird. Her last sou had furnished the breakfast of the preceding day. A sickness like that of death came over her, when, casting her eyes around her in despair, they fell on the little table that usually held the nourishment prepared for her grandmother. A little arrowroot and a light pottage that contained bread still remained. Although it was all that seemed to separate the girl from death, she hesitated about using it. There was an appearance of sacrilege in her eyes in the act of appropriating these things to herself. A moment's reflection, however, brought her to a truer state of mind, and then she felt it to be a duty to that dear parent herself to renew her own strength, in order to discharge her duty to the dead. She ate, therefore, though it was with a species of holy reverence. Her strength was renewed, and she was enabled to relieve her soul by prayer. "Mademoiselle will have the goodness to give me 10 francs," said Désirée on her return. "I have ordered everything that is proper, but money is wanting to pay for some of the little articles that will soon come." "I have no money, Désirée, not even a sou." "No money, mademoiselle! In the name of heaven, how are we to bury your grandmother?" "The handkerchief." Désirée shook her head and saw that she must countermand most of the orders. Still, she was human, and she was a female. She could not altogether desert one so helpless in a moment of such extreme distress. She reflected on the matter for a minute or two, and opened her mind. "This handkerchief might sell for 45 francs, mademoiselle," she said, "and I will pay you that much for it myself, and will charge nothing for my services today. Your dear grandmother must have a Christian burial, that is certain, and poor enough will that be which is had for 2 Napoleons. What say you, mademoiselle? Will you accept the 45 francs, or would you prefer seeing the marchand de mode?" "I can see no one now, Désirée. Give me the money, and do the honour to the remains of my dear, dear grandmother." Adrienne said this with her hands resting on her lap in quiescent despair. Her eyes were hollow and vacant, her cheeks bloodless, her mind almost as helpless as that of an infant. Désirée laid down 2 Napoleons, keeping the 5 francs to pay for some necessaries, and then she took me in her hands as if to ascertain whether she had done too much. Satisfied on this head, I was carefully replaced in the basket, when the commissionaire went out again on her errands, honourably disposed to be useful. Still she did not deem it necessary to conceal her employer's poverty, which was soon divulged to the porteress, and by her to the bourgeois. Adrienne had now the means of purchasing food, but ignorance how much might be demanded on behalf of the approaching ceremony. Chapter 8. The reader is not to infer that Désirée was unusually mercenary. That she was not a little addicted to this weakness is true. Whoever knew a commissionaire that was not? But she had her moments of benevolence, as well as others, and had really made some sacrifice of her time, and consequently of her interests, in order to serve Adrienne in her distress. As for the purchase of myself, that was in the way of her commerce, and it is seldom, indeed, that philanthropy can overcome the habits of trade. Désirée was not wholly without means, and she was in no hurry to reap the benefit of her purchase. I remained in her possession, according to my calculation, some 2 or 3 years before she ever took me out of the drawer in which I had been deposited for safe keeping. I was considered a species of corps de reserve. At the end of that period, however, her thoughts recurred to her treasure, and an occasion soon offered for turning me to account. I was put into the reticule, and carried about in readiness for any suitable bargain that might turn up. One day Desiree and I were on the Boulevard Italien together, when a figure caught the commissionaire's eye that sent her across the street in a great hurry. I scarcely know how to describe this person, who, in my simple eyes, had the appearance of a colonel of the late royal guards, or at least an attaché of one in the northern legations. He was dressed in the height of the latest fashion, as well as he knew how to be, wore terrible moustaches, and had a rare provision of rings, eye-glasses, watch-guards, chains, etc. "Bonjour, monsieur," exclaimed Desiree in haste. "Parole d'honneur, I scarcely knew you. I have been waiting for your return from Leon with the most lively impatience. For, to tell you the truth, I have the greatest bijou for your American ladies that ever came out of a bleaching ground. Un mouchoir de poche." "Doucement, doucement, madame," interrupted the other, observing that the woman was about to exhibit me on the open boulevards, an exposé for which she had no longings. "You can bring it to my lodgings." "Rue de Cléry, numero 120. "Not at all, my good Desiree. You must know I have transacted all my ordinary business, made my purchases, and am off for New York in the next packet." "Mais le mal, monsieur." "Yes, the trunk will have a corner in it for anything particular, as you say. I shall go to court this evening to a great ball, Madame the Marquise de Dolomin and the aide de camp de service having just notified me that I am invited. To be frank with you, Desiree, I am lodging in la Rue de Paix, and appear just now to be a mere traveller. You will inquire for Le Colonel Silky when you call." "Le Colonel Silky," repeated Desiree with a look of admiration, a little mingled with contempt. "De la Garde Nationale Américaine," answered Mr. Silky, smiling. Then he gave the woman his new address, and appointed an hour to see her. Desiree was punctual to a minute. The porter, the garçon, the bourgeois, all knew Le Colonel Silky, who was now a great man, wore moustaches, and went to court, as the court was. In a minute the commissionaire was in the colonel's antechamber. This distinguished officer had a method in his madness. He was not accustomed to keeping a body servant, and as his aim was to make a fortune willy-nilly, he managed, even now, in his hours of pride and self-indulgence, to get along without one. It was not many moments, therefore, before he came out and ushered Desiree himself into his salon, a room of 10 by 14, with a carpet that covered just 8 feet by 6 in its centre. Now that they were alone in this snuggery, which seemed barely large enough to contain so great a man's moustaches, the parties understood each other without unnecessary phrases, and I was at once produced. Colonel Silky was evidently struck with my appearance. An officer of his readiness and practice saw at once that I might be made to diminish no small part of the ways and means of his present campaign, and precisely in proportion as he admired me, he began to look cold and indifferent. This management could not deceive me, my clairvoyance defying any such artifices, but it had a sensible effect on Desiree, who, happening very much to want money for a particular object just at that moment, determined on the spot to abate no less than 50 francs from the price she had intended to ask. This was deducting 5 francs more than poor Adrienne got for the money she had expended for her beautiful lace, and for her toil, sleepless nights, and tears, a proof of the commissionaire's scale of doing business. The bargain was now commenced in earnest. offering an instructive scene of French protestations, assertions, contradictions, and volubility on one side, and of cold, seemingly phlegmatic, but wily Yankee calculation on the other. Desiree had set her price at 150 francs, after abating the 50 mentioned, and Colonel Silky had early made up his mind to give only 100. After making suitable allowances for my true value before I was embellished, the cost of the lace and of the work, Desiree was not far from the mark, but the Colonel saw that she wanted money, and he knew that 2 Napoleons and a half with his management would carry him from Paris to Havre. It is true that he had spent the difference that morning on an eyeglass that he never used, or when he did it was only to obscure his vision, but the money was not lost, as it aided in persuading the world that he was a colonel and was afflicted with that genteel defect, an imperfect vision. These extremes of extravagance and meanness were not unusual in his practice, the one, in truth, being a consequence of the other. "You forget the duty, Desiree," observed the military trader. "This compromise law is 1,000 times worse than any law we have ever had in America." "The duty?" repeated the woman with an incredulous smile. "Monsieur, you are not so young as to pay any duty on a pocket handkerchief. Ma foi, I will bring 20, oui, 1,000 from England itself, and the douaniers shall not stop one." "Aye, but we don't smuggle in America," returned the Colonel, with an aplomb that might have done credit to the Vidocq himself. "In our republican country the laws are all in all." "Why do so many of your good republicans dress so that the Rue de Cléry don't know them, and then go to the chateau?" demanded the commissionaire, very innocently, as to appearance at least. "Bah! There are 5 Napoleons. If you want them, take them. If not, I care little about it, my invoice being all closed." Desiree never accepted money more reluctantly. Instead of making 155 francs out of the toil and privations and self-denial of poor Adrienne, she found her own advantages unexpectedly lessened to 55, or only a trifle more than 100%. But the Colonel was firm, and for once her cupidity was compelled to succumb. The money was paid, and I became the vassal of Colonel Silky, a titular soldier, but a traveling trader, who never lost sight of the main chance either in his campaigns, his journeys, or his pleasures. To own the truth, Colonel Silky was delighted with me. No girl could be a better judge of the article, and all his cultivated taste ran into the admiration of goods. It was examined with the closest scrutiny. My merits were inwardly applauded, and my demerits pronounced to be absolutely none. In short, I was flattered, for, it must be confessed, the commendation of even a fool is grateful. So far from placing me in a trunk or a drawer, the Colonel actually put me in his pocket, though duly enveloped and with great care, and for some time I trembled in the very delicate fibre, lest in a moment of forgetfulness he might use me. But my new master had no such intention. His object in taking me out was to consult a sort of court commissionaire, with whom he had established certain relations, and that, too, at some little cost, on the propriety of using me himself that evening at the chateau of the King of the French. Fortunately, his monitress, though by no means of the purest water, knew better than to suffer her leave to commit so gross a blunder, and I escaped the calamity of making my first appearance at court under the auspices of such a patron. There was a moment, too, when the Colonel thought of presenting me to Madame de Dolomieu, by way of assuring his favour in the royal circle. But when he came to count up the money he should lose by the way of profits, this idea became painful, and it was abandoned. As often happened with this gentleman, he reasoned so long in all his acts of liberality that he supposed a sufficient sacrifice had been made in the mental discussions, and he never got beyond what surgeons call the first intention of his moral cures. The evening he went to court, therefore, I was carefully consigned to a carton in the colonel's trunk, whence I did not again issue until my arrival in America. On the voyage, therefore, I have little to say, not having had a sight of the ocean at all. I cannot affirm that I was absolutely seasick, but, on the other hand, I cannot add that I was perfectly well during any part of the passage. The pent air of the stateroom and a certain heaviness about the brain quite incapacitated me from enjoying anything that passed, and that was a happy moment when our trunk was taken on deck to be examined. The custom-house officers in New York were not men likely to pick out a pocket-handkerchief from a gentleman's, from a colonel's wardrobe, and I passed unnoticed among sundry other of my employer's speculations. I call the colonel my employer, though this was not strictly true, for, heaven be praised, he never did employ me, but never since my arrival in America my gorge has so risen against the word master that I cannot make up my mind to write it. I know there is an ingenious substitute, as the following little dialogue will show, but my early education under the astronomer and the delicate-minded Adrienne has rendered me averse to false taste, and I find the substitute as disagreeable as the original. The conversation to which I allude occurred between me and a very respectable-looking shirt that I happened to be hanging next to on a line a few days after my arrival, the colonel having judged it prudent to get me washed and properly ironed before he carried me into the market. "Who is your boss, Pocket-Handkerchief?" demanded the shirt, a perfect stranger to me, by the way, for I had never seen him before the accidents of the wash-tub brought us in collision. "Who is your boss, Pocket-Handkerchief, I say? You are so very fine. I should like to know something of your history." From all I heard and read, I was satisfied my neighbor was a Yankee shirt, both from his curiosity and from his abrupt manner of asking questions. Still, I was at a loss to know the meaning of the word boss, my clairvoyance being totally at fault. It belongs to no language known to the savants or academicians. "I am not certain, sir," I answered, "that I understand your meaning. What is a boss?" "Oh, that's only a Republican word for master. Now, Judge Latate is my boss, and a very good one he is, with the exception of his sitting so late at night at his infernal circuits, by the light of miserable tallow candles. But all the judges are alike for that, keeping a poor shirt up sometimes until midnight, listening to cursed dull lawyers and prosy cavilling witnesses. I beg you to recollect, sir, that I am a female pocket-handkerchief, and persons of your sex are bound to use temperate and proper language in the presence of ladies." "Yes, I see you're feminine by your ornaments. Still, you might tell a fellow who is your boss." "I belong at present to Colonel Silky, if that is what you mean. But I presume some fair lady will soon do me the honor of transferring me to her own wardrobe. No doubt my future employer, is that not the word, will be one of the most beautiful and distinguished ladies of New York." "No question of that, as money makes both beauty and distinction in this part of the world, and it's not $1 that'll buy you. Colonel Silky? I don't remember the name. Which of our editors is he?" "I don't think he's an editor at all. At least, I never heard he was employed about any publication, and, to own the truth, he does not appear to me to be particularly qualified for such a duty, either by native capacity or its substitute, education." "Oh, that makes no great difference. Half the corps is exactly in the same predicament. If we waited for colonels or editors either in this country until we got such as were qualified, we should get no news, and altogether without politics, and the militia would soon be in an awful state." This is very extraordinary. So you do not wait, but take them as they come. And what state is your militia actually in? Awful. It is what my boss, the judge, sometimes calls a statu quo. And the newspapers, and the news, and the politics? Why, they are not in the statu quo, but in a semper idem. I beg pardon, do you understand Latin? No, sir, ladies do not often study the dead languages. If they did, they would soon bring 'em to life. Semper idem is Latin for worse and worse. The militia is drilling into a statu quo, and the press is enlightening mankind with a semper idem. After properly thanking my neighbor for these useful explanations, we naturally fell into discourse about matters and things in general, the weather in America being uniformly so fine to admit of discussion. Pray, sir, said I, trembling that my boss might be a colonel for the editorial corps after all. Pray, sir, said I, is it expected in this country that the wardrobe should entertain the political sentiments of its boss? I rather think not, unless it might be in high party times, or in the case of editors and such extreme patriots. I have several relatives that belong to the corps, and they all tell me that while their bosses very frequently change their coats, they are by no means so particular about changing their shirts. But you are of foreign birth, ma'am, I should think by your dress and appearance. Yes, sir, I came quite recently from France, though my employer being American, I suppose I am entitled to the rights of citizenship. Are you European also? No, ma'am. I am native and to the manner born, as the modern Shakespeare has it. Is Louis Philippe likely to maintain the throne in France? That is not so certain, sir, by what I learn, as that the throne is likely to remain Louis Philippe. To own the truth to you, I am a Carlist, as all genteel articles are, and I enter but little into the subject of Louis Philippe's reign. This remark made me melancholy by reviving the recollection of Adrienne, and the conversation ceased. An hour or two later, I was removed from the line, properly ironed, and returned to my boss. The same day I was placed in a shop in Broadway, belonging to a firm of which I now understood the colonel was a sleeping partner. A suitable entry was made against me in a private memorandum book, which, as I once had an opportunity of seeing it, I will give here. Super extraordinary pocket handkerchief, French cambric, trimmed and worked, in account with bobbinet and gold. Dr. To money paid first cost, francs 100, at 5.25, $19.04. To interest on same 0. To portion of passage money, 0.04. To porterage, 1/4. To washing and making up, 0.25. Memo. See if deduction cannot be made from this charge. Cr. By cash for allowing Miss Thimble to copy pattern not to be worked until our article is sold, $1. By cash for sale, etc. Thus the account stood the day I was first offered to the admiration of the fair of New York. Mr. Bobbinet, however, was in no hurry to exhibit me, having several articles of less beauty that he was anxious to get off first. For my part, I was desirous of being produced, as ever a young lady was to come out. And then, my companions in the drawer were not of the most agreeable character. We were all pocket handkerchiefs together, and all of French birth. Of the whole party, I was the only one that had been worked by a real lady, and consequently my education was manifestly superior to those of my companions. They could scarcely be called commuffants, after all, though, to own the truth, I am afraid there is a tant soit peu de vulgarity about worked pocket handkerchiefs. I remember that, one day, when Madame de Rochemard and Adrienne were discussing the expediency of buying our whole piece, with the view of offering us to their benefactress, the former, who had a fine tact and manners of this sort, expressed a doubt whether the Dauphine would be pleased with such an offering. Her Royal Highness, like all cultivated minds, looks for fitness in her ornaments and tastes. What fitness is there, ma chérie, in converting an article of real use, and which should not be paraded to one's associates? Chapter 9. I might have been a fortnight in the shop when I heard a voice as gentle and ladylike as that of Adrienne, inquiring for pocket handkerchiefs. My heart fairly beat for joy, for, to own the truth, I was getting to be wearied to death with the garrulous folly of my companions. They had so much of the couturiers about them, not one of the whole party ever having been a regular employee in genteel life. The niaiseries were endless, and there was just as much of a low-bred anticipation as to their future purchases as one sees at the balls of the Champs-Élysées on the subject of partners. The word pocket-handkerchief, and that so sweetly pronounced, drew open our drawer, as it might be, instinctively. 2 or 3 dozen of us, all of exquisite fineness, were laid upon the counter, myself and 2 or 3 more of the better class being kept a little in the background, as a skilful general holds his best troops in reserve. The customers were sisters, and that was visible at a glance. Both were pretty, almost beautiful, and there was an air of simplicity about their dress, a quiet and unobtrusive dignity in their manners, which at once announced them to be real ladies. Even the tones of their voices were polished, a circumstance that I think one is a little apt to notice in New York. I discovered in the course of the conversation that they were the daughters of a gentleman of very large estate, and belonged to the true élite of the country. The manner in which the clerks received them indeed proclaimed this, for though their other claims might not have so promptly extracted this homage, their known wealth would. Mr. Bobbinet attended these customers in person, practised in all that portion of human knowledge which appertains to a salesman. He let the sweet girl select 2 or 3 dozen handkerchiefs of great beauty, but totally without ornament, and even pay for them, before he said a word on the subject of the claims of his reserve corps. When he thought the proper moment had arrived, however, one of the least decorated of our party was offered to the consideration of the young ladies. The sisters were named Anne and Maria, and I could see by the pleasure that beamed in the soft blue eyes of the former that she was quite enchanted with the beauty of the article laid before her so unexpectedly. I believe it is in female human nature to admire everything that is graceful and handsome, and especially when it takes the form of needlework. The sweet girls praised handkerchief after handkerchief until I was laid before them, when their pleasure extracted exclamations of delight. All was done so quietly, however, and in so ladylike a manner, that the attention of no person in the shop was drawn to them by this natural indulgence of surprise. Still, I observed that neither of the young ladies inquired the prices, these being considerations that had no influence on the intrinsic value in their eyes. While the circumstance caused my heart to sink within me, as it clearly proved they did not intend to purchase, and I longed to become the property of the gentle, serene-eyed Anne. After thanking Mr. Bobbinet for the trouble he had taken, they ordered their purchases sent home, and were about to quit the shop. "Can't I persuade you to take this?" demanded Bobbinet as they were turning away. "There is not an equal in America. Indeed, one of the house, our Colonel Silky, who has just returned from Paris, says it was worked expressly for the Dauphin, who was prevented from getting it by the late Revolution." "It is a pity so much lace and such exquisite work should be put in a pocket handkerchief," said Anne almost involuntarily. "I fear if they were on something more suitable I might buy them." A smile, a slight blush, and curtsy concluded the interview, and the young ladies hastily left the shop. Mr. Bobbinet was disappointed, as indeed was Colonel Silky, who was present and amateur. But the matter could not be helped, as these were customers who acted and thought for themselves, and all the oily persuasion of shop eloquence could not influence them. "It is quite surprising, Colonel," observed Mr. Bobbinet when his customers were properly out of hearing, "that these young ladies should let such an article slip through their fingers. Their father is one of the richest men we have, and yet they never even asked the price." "I fancy it was not so much the price that held 'em back," observed the Colonel in his elegant way, "as something else. There are a sort of customers that don't buy promiscuously. They do everything by rule. They don't believe that a nightcap is intended for a bed-quilt." Bobbinet and Company did not exactly understand his more sophisticated partner, but before he had time to ask an explanation, the appearance of another customer caused his face to brighten, and change the current of his thoughts. The person who now entered was an exceedingly brilliant-looking girl of 20, dressed in the height of fashion and extremely well, though a severe critic might have thought she was over-dressed for the streets. Still, she had alighted from a carriage. Her face was decidedly handsome, and her person exquisitely proportioned. As a whole, I had scarcely ever seen a young creature that could lay claim to more of the loveliness of her sex. Both the young ladies who had just left us were pleasing and pretty, and to own the truth, there was an air of modest refinement about them that was not so apparent in this new visitor. But the dazzling appearance of the latter at first blinded me to her faults, and I saw nothing but her perfection. The interest manifested by the master, I beg his pardon, the boss of the store, and the agitation among the clerks very plainly proved that much was expected from the visit of this young lady, who was addressed with a certain air of shop familiarity as Miss Halfacre, a familiarity that showed that she was an habituée of the place and considered a good customer. Luckily for the views of Bobbinet and Company, we were all still lying on the counter. This is deemed a fortunate circumstance in the contingencies of the species of trade, since it enables the dealer to offer his uncalled-for wares in the least suspicious and most natural manner. It was fortunate also that I lay at the bottom of the little pile, a climax being quite as essential in sustaining an extortionate price as in terminating with due effect a poem, a tragedy, or a romance. "Good morning, Miss Halfacre," said Mr. Bobbinet, bowing and smiling. If his face had been half as honest as it professed to be, it would have grinned. "I'm glad you have come in at this moment, as we are about to put on sale some of the rarest articles in the way of pocket handkerchiefs that have ever come to this market. The Misses Burton have just seen them, and they pronounce them the most beautiful articles of the sort they had ever seen, and I believe they have been over half the world." "And did they take any, Mr. Bobbinet? The Miss Burtons are thought to have taste." "They have not exactly purchased, but I believe each of them has a particular article in her eye. Here is one, ma'am, that is rather prettier than any you have yet seen in New York. The price is $60. The word 60 was emphasized in a way to show the importance that was attached to price, that being a test of more than common importance with the present customer. I sighed when I remembered that poor Adrienne had received about $10 for me, an article worth so much more than that there exhibited. "It is really quite pretty, Mr. Bobbinet, very pretty, but Miss Monson bought one not quite as pretty at Lace's, and she paid 65, if I am not mistaken." "I dare say we have them at much higher prices. I showed you this only that you might see that our 60s are as handsome as Mr. Lace's 65s. What do you think of this?" "That is a jewel. What is the price, Mr. Bobbinet?" "Why, we will let you have it for 70, though I do think it ought to bring 5 more. Surely you do not abate on pocket handkerchiefs? One does not like to have such a thing too low." "I may as well come to the point at once with such a customer as yourself, Miss Halfacre. Here is the article on which I pride myself. That article never was equalled in this market, and never will be." I cannot repeat half the exclamations of delight which escaped the fair Eudosia when I first burst on her entranced eye. She turned me over and over, examined me with palpitating bosom, and once I thought she was about to kiss me. Then, in a trembling voice, she demanded the price. $100, ma'am," answered Bobbinet solemnly. "Not a cent more, on my honor." "No, surely," exclaimed Eudosia, with delight instead of alarm. "Not 100?" "100, Miss Eudosia, to the last cent. Then we scarcely make a living profit." "Why, Mr. Bobbinet, this is the highest-priced handkerchief that was ever sold in New York." This was said with a sort of rapture, the fair creature feeling all the advantage of having so good an opportunity of purchasing so dear an article. "In America, ma'am, it is the highest-priced handkerchief by $20 that ever crossed the Atlantic. The celebrated Miss Jewels of Boston only cost 79. "Only! Oh, Mr. Bobbinet, I must have it. It is a perfect treasure." "Shall I send it, Miss Eudosia, or don't you like to trust Chapter 10. Mr. Henry Halfacre was a speculator in town lots, a profession that was, just then, in high repute in the city of New York. For farms and all the more vulgar aspects of real estate he had a sovereign contempt, but offer him a bit of land that could be measured by feet and inches, and he was your man. Mr. Halfacre inherited nothing, but he was a man of what are called energy and enterprise. In other words, he had a spirit for running in debt, and never shrunk from jeopardizing property that, in truth, belonged to his creditors. The very morning that his eldest child, Eudosia, made her valuable acquisition in my person, Henry Halfacre, Esquire, was the owner of several hundred lots on the island of Manhattan, of 123 in the city of Brooklyn, of nearly as many in Williamsburg, of large undivided interests in Milwaukee, Chicago, Rock River, Moonville, and other similar places, besides owning a considerable part of a place called Coney Island. In a word, the landed estate of Henry Halfacre, Esquire, inventoried, as he expressed it, just $2,612,000. A handsome sum, it must be confessed, for a man who, when he began his beneficent and energetic career in this branch of business, was just $23,417 worse than nothing. It is true that there was some drawback on all this prosperity, Mr. Halfacre's bonds, notes, mortgages, and other liabilities making a sum total that amounted to the odd $600,000. This still left him, however, a handsome paper balance of $2 millions. Notwithstanding the amount of his bills payable, Mr. Halfacre considered himself a very prudent man. First, because he insisted on having no book debts. Second, because he always took another man's paper for a larger amount than he had given of his own for any specific lot or lots. Thirdly and lastly, because he was careful to extend himself at the risk of other persons. There was no question, had all the lots been sold as he had inventoried them, had his debts been paid, and had he not spent his money a little faster than it was bona fide made, that Henry Halfacre, Esquire, would have been a very rich man. As he managed, however, by means of getting proportions of the paper he received discounted, to maintain a fine figure account in the bank, and to pay all the current demands, he began to be known as the rich Mr. Halfacre. But one of his children, the fair Eudosia, was out, and as she had some distance to make in the better society of the town, ere she could pass for aristocratic, it was wisely determined that a golden bridge should be thrown across the dividing chasm. $100 pocket handkerchief, it was hoped, would serve for the keystone, and then all the ends of life would be attained. As to a husband, a pretty girl like Eudosia, and the daughter of a man of 4-figure lots, might get one any day. Honor O'Flaherty was both short-legged and short-breathed. She felt the full importance of her mission, and having an extensive acquaintance among the other Malaysians of the town and of her class, she stopped no less than 11 times to communicate the magnitude of Miss Dosey's purchase. To 2 particular favorites she actually showed me, under solemn promise of secrecy, and to 4 others she promised to peep some day, after her Bossier had fairly warned me. In this manner my arrival was circulated prematurely in certain coteries, the pretty mouths and fine voices that spoke of my marvels being quite unconscious that they were circulating news that had reached their ears via Honor O'Flaherty, Biddy Noon, and Kathleen Brady. Mr. Halfacre occupied a very genteel residence in Broadway, where he and his enjoyed the full benefit of all the dust, noise, and commotion of that great thoroughfare. This house had been purchased and mortgaged, generally simultaneous operations with this great operator, as soon as he had inventoried $500,000. It was a sort of patent of nobility to live in Broadway, and the acquisition of such a residence was like the purchase of a marchioness in Italy. When Eudosia was fairly in possession of $100 pocket handkerchief, the great seal might be said to be attached to the document that was to elevate the half-acres throughout all future time. Now the beautiful Eudosia, for beautiful and even lovely this glorious-looking creature was, in spite of a very badly modulated voice, certain inroads upon the fitness of things in the way of expression, and a want of knowledge of the finesse of fine life. Now the beautiful Eudosia had an intimate friend named Clara Caverly, who was as unlike her as possible in character, education, habits, and appearance, and yet who was firmly her friend. The attachment was one of childhood and accident, the two girls having been neighbors and schoolfellows until they had got to like each other, after the manner in which young people form such friendships, to wear away under the friction of the world and the pressure of time. Mr. Caverly was a lawyer of good practice, fair reputation, and respectable family. His wife happened to be a lady from her cradle, and the daughter had experienced the advantage of as great a blessing. Still, Mr. Caverly was what the world of New York in 1832 called poor. That is to say, he had no known bank stock, did not own a lot on the island, was director of neither bank nor insurance company, and lived in a modest 2-story house in White Street. It is true his practice supported his family and enabled him to invest in bonds and mortgages $2,000 or $3,000 a year, and he owned the fee of some 15 or 18 farms in Orange County that were falling in from 3 lives leases, and which had been in his family ever since the 17th century. But a period of prosperity like that which prevailed in 1832, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the hereditary dollar was not worth more than 12½ cents as compared with the inventory dollar, as there is something, after all, in a historical name, and the Caverlys still had the best of it in the way of society. Eudosia was permitted to continue the visits on White Street, even after her own family was in full possession in Broadway, and Henry Halfacre, Esquire, had got to be enumerated among the Manhattan nabobs. Clara Caverly was in Broadway when Honor O'Flaherty arrived with me out of breath in consequence of the shortness of her legs and the necessity of making up for lost time. "There, Miss Dozy," cried the exulting housemaid, for such was Honor's domestic rank, though preferred to so honorable and confidential a mission. "There, Miss Dozy, there it is, and it's a jewel." "What has Honor brought you now?" asked Clara Caverly in her quiet way, for she saw by the brilliant eyes and flushed cheeks of her friend that it was something the other would have pleasure in conversing about. "You make so many purchases, dear Eudosia, that I should think you would weary of them." "What, weary of beautiful dresses? Never, Clara, never. That might do for White Street, but in Broadway one is never tired of such things. See," laying me out at full length in her lap, "this is a pocket handkerchief. I wish your opinion of it." Clara examined me very closely, and in spite of something like a frown, and an expression of dissatisfaction that gathered about her pretty face, for Clara was pretty, too, I could detect some of the latent feelings of the sex, as she gazed at my exquisite lace, perfect ornamental work, and unequalled fineness. Still her education and habits triumphed, and she would not commend what she regarded as ingenuity misspent, and tasteless, because senseless, luxury. "This handkerchief cost $100, Clara," said Eudosia, deliberately and with emphasis, imitating as clear as possible the tone of Bobbinet and Company. "Is it possible, Eudosia? What a sum to pay for so useless a thing!" "Useless? Do you call the pocket-handkerchief useless?" "Quite so, and is made in a way to render it out of the question to put it to the uses for which it was designed. I should as soon think of trimming gum-shoes with satin as to trim a handkerchief in that style." "Style? Yes, I flatter myself it is style to have a handkerchief that cost $100. Why, Clara Caverly, the highest priced thing of this sort that was ever before sold in New York, came only to $79. Mine is superior to all by $21. Clara Caverly sighed. It was not with regret or envy or any unworthy feeling, however. It was a fair, honest, and moral sigh that had its birth in the thought of how much good $100 might have done, properly applied. It was under the influence of this feeling, too, that she said, somewhat inopportunely it must be confessed, though quite innocently, "Well, Eudosia, I'm glad you can afford such a luxury, at all events. Now is a good time to get your subscription to the Widows' and Orphans' Society. Mrs. Thoughtful has desired me to ask for it half a dozen times. I dare say it has escaped you that you are quite a 12-month in arrear. Now is a good time to ask for $3. What, just when I've paid $100 for a pocket-handkerchief? That was not said with your usual good sense, my dear. People must be made of money to pay out so much at one time. When may I tell Mrs. Thoughtful, then, that you will send it to her? I am sure it is more than I can say. Pa will be in no hurry to give me more money soon, and I want at this moment near $100 worth of articles of dress to make a decent appearance. The society can be in no such hurry for its subscriptions. They must amount to a good deal. Not if never paid. Shall I lend you the money? My mother gave me $10 this morning to make a few purchases, which I can very well do without until you can pay me. Do, dear girl. You have always been one of the best creatures in the world. How much is it? $3, I believe. $6 if you pay the past and present year. I will pay Mrs. Thoughtful before I go home. But, dear Eudosia, I wish you had not bought that foolish pocket-handkerchief." "Foolish? Do you call a handkerchief with such lace and all this magnificent work on it, and which cost $100, foolish? Is it foolish to have money or to be thought rich?" "Certainly not the first, though it may be better not to be thought rich. I wish to see you always dressed with propriety, for you do credit to your dress. But this handkerchief is out of place." "Out of place? Now hear me, Clara, though it is to be a great secret. What do you think Pa is worth?" "Bless me, these things I never think of. I do not even know how much my own father is worth. Mother tells me how much I may spend, and I can want to learn no more. Well, Mr. Murray dined with Pa last week, and they sat over their wine until near 10. I overheard them talking and got into this room to listen, for I thought I should get something new. At first they said nothing but lots, uptown, downtown, 25 feet front, dollar. Ah, child, you never heard such stuff in your life." "One does get used to these things, notwithstanding," observed Clara dryly. "Yes, one does hear a great deal of it. I shall be glad when the gentlemen learn to talk of something else. But the best is to come. At last, Pa asked Mr. Murray if he had inventoried lately." "Did he?" "Yes, he did. Of course you know what that means. It meant to fill, as they call it, does it not?" "So I thought at first, but it means no such thing. It means to count up and set down how much one is worth. Mr. Murray said he did that every month, and of course he knew very well what he was worth. I forgot how much it was, for I didn't care, you know. George Murray is not as old as I am, and so I listened to what Pa had inventoried. Now, how much do you guess?" "Really, my dear, I haven't the least idea. answered Clara, slightly gaping. $1,000, perhaps. $1,000! What, a gentleman who keeps his coach, lives in Broadway, dresses his daughter as I dress, and gives her $100 handkerchiefs? 200 million, my dear, 200 million. Eudosia had interpolated the word hundred quite innocently, for, as usually happens with those to whom money is new, her imagination ran ahead of her arithmetic. Yes, she added, 200 millions, besides 60 millions of odd money. That sounds like a great deal, observed Clara quietly, for besides caring very little for these millions, she had not profound respect for her friend's accuracy on such subjects. It is a great deal. Ma says there's not 10 richer men than Pa in the state. Now, does not this alter the matter about the pocket-handkerchief? It would be mean in me not to have a $100 pocket-handkerchief when I could get one. It may alter the matter as to extravagance, but it does not alter it as to the fitness. Of what use is a pocket-handkerchief like this? A pocket-handkerchief is made for use, my dear, not for show. You would not have a young lady Chapter 11. And here I will digress a moment to make a single remark on a subject of which popular feeling in America, under the influence of popular habits, is apt to take an ex parte view. Accomplishments are derided as useless, in comparison with what is considered household virtues. The accomplishment of a cook is to make good dishes, of a seamstress to sew well, and of a lady to possess refined tastes, a cultivated mind, and agreeable and intellectual habits. The real virtues of all are the same, though subject to laws particular to their station. But it is a very different thing when we come to the mere accomplishments. To deride all the refined attainments of human skill denotes ignorance of the means of human happiness. Nor is it any evidence of acquaintance with the intricate machinery of social greatness and a lofty civilization. These gradations and attainments are inseparable from civilized society, and if the skill of the ingenious and laborious is indispensable to a solid foundation, without the tastes and habits of the refined and cultivated, it never can be graceful or pleasing. Eudosia had some indistinct glimmerings of this fact, though it was not often that she came to sound and discriminating decisions even in matters less complicated. In the present instance, she saw this truth only by halves, and that, too, in its most commonplace aspect, as will appear by the remarks she made on the occasion. "Then, Clara, as to the price I have paid for this handkerchief," she said, "you ought to remember what the laws of political economy lay down on such subjects. I suppose your pa makes you study political economy, my dear?" "Indeed, he does not. I hardly know what it means." "Well, that is singular, for pa says, in this age of the world, it is the only way to be rich. Now it is by means of a trade in lots, and political economy generally, that he has succeeded so wonderfully. For, to own the truth to you, Clara, pa hasn't always been rich." "No?" answered Clara with a half-suppressed smile, she knowing the fact already perfectly well. "Oh, no, far from it. But we don't speak of this publicly, it being a sort of disgrace in New York, you know, not to be thought worth at least $500,000. I dare say your pa is worth as much as that. I have not the least idea he is worth a fourth of it, though I do not pretend to know. To me $500,000 seems a great deal of money, and I know my father considers himself poor at least for one of his station. But what were you about to say of political economy? I'm curious to hear how that can have anything to do with your handkerchief." "Why, my dear, in this manner. You know a distribution of labor is the source of all civilization, that trade is an exchange of equivalents, that custom houses fetter these equivalents, that nothing which is fettered is free. My dear Eudosia, what is your tongue running on? You'll not deny, Clara, that anything which is fettered is not free, and that freedom is the greatest blessing of this happy country, and that trade ought to be as free as anything else?" All this was gibberish to Clara Caverly, who understood the phrases notwithstanding quite as well as the friend who was using them. Political economy is especially a science of terms, and free trade, as a bunch of it is called, is just the portion of it which is indebted to them the most. But Clara had not the patience to hear any more of the unintelligible jargon which has got the possession of the world to-day, much as Mr. Pitt's celebrated sinking fund scheme for paying off the national debt of Great Britain did half a century since, and under very much the same influences, and she desired her friend to come at once to the point as connected with the pocket handkerchief. "Well, then," resumed Eudosia, "it is connected in this way. The luxuries of the rich give employment to the poor, and cause money to circulate. Now, this handkerchief of mine no doubt has given employment to some poor French girl for 4 or 5 months, and, of course, food and raiment. She has earned, no doubt, 50 of the $100 I have paid. Then the custom house. Ah, Clara, if it were not for that vile custom house, I might have had the handkerchief for at least $25 lower, in which case you would have prized it 25 times less," answered Clara, smiling archly. "That is true, yes. Free trade, after all, does not apply to pocket handkerchiefs." "And yet," interrupted Clara, laughing, "if one can believe what one reads, it applies to hackney coaches, ferry boats, doctors, lawyers, and even the clergy. My father says it is—" "What? I am curious to know, Clara, what is as plain speaking a man as Mr. Caverly calls it?" "His plain speaking enough to call it humbug," said the daughter, endeavoring to mouth the word in a theatrical manner. "But, as Othello says, the handkerchief." "Oh, $50 go to the poor girl who does the work, 25 more to the odious custom house, some 15 to rent, fuel, lights, and 10, perhaps, to Mr. Bobbinet as profits. Now all this is very good and very useful to society, as you must own." "Alas, poor Adrienne, thou didst not receive for me as many francs as this fair calculation gave thee dollars, and richer wouldst thou have been, and oh, how much happier hadst thou kept the money paid for me, sold the lace even at a loss, and spared thyself so many, many hours of painful and anxious toil. But it is thus with human calculations. The propositions seem plausible, and the reasoning fair, while the stern truth lies behind all to level the pride of understanding. and prove the fallacy of the wisdom of men. The reader may wish to see how closely Eudosia's account of profit and loss came to the fact, and I shall consequently make up the statement from the private books of the firm that had the honour of once owning me, viz. Super Extraordinary Pocket Handkerchief, etc., in account with Bobbinet and Company, Dr. To money paid, first cost, francs 100 at 5.25, $19.04. To interest on same for 90 days at 7%, 33 cents. To portion of passage money, 4 cents. To porterage, 1/4 cent. To washing and making up, 25 cents. $19.66 1/4. Cr. By cash paid to Miss Thimble, $1. By cash paid for article, $100. By washerwoman's deduction, 5 cents. $101.05. By profit, $81.39 3/4. As Clara Caverly had yet to see Mrs. Thoughtful and pay Eudosia's subscription, the former now took her leave. I was thus left alone with my new employer for the first time, and had an opportunity of learning something of her true character without the interposition of third persons. For let a friend have what hold he or she may have on your heart, it has a few secrets that are strictly its own. If admiration of myself could win my favour, I had every reason to be satisfied with the hands into which fortune had now thrown me. There were many things to admire in Eudosia, a defective education being the great evil with which she had to contend. Owing to this education, if it really deserved such a name, she had superficial accomplishments, superficially acquired, principles that scarce extended beyond the retinue of morals of her sex, tastes that had been imbibed from questionable models, and hopes that proceeded from a false estimate of the very false position into which she had been accidentally and suddenly thrown. Still Eudosia had a heart. She could scarcely be a woman and escape the influence of this portion of the female frame. By means of the mesmeric power of a pocket handkerchief, I soon discovered that there was a certain Morgan Morley in New York to whom she longed to exhibit my perfection, as second to the wish to exhibit her own. I scarcely know whether to felicitate myself or not on the circumstance that I was brought out the very first evening I passed in the possession of Eudosia Halfacre. The beautiful girl was dressed and ready for Mrs. Trotter's ball by 8, and her admiring mother thought it impossible for the heart of Morgan Morley, a reputed 6-figure fortune, to hold out any longer. By some accident or other, Mr. Halfacre did not appear. He had not dined at home, and the two females had all the joys of anticipation to themselves. "I wonder what has become of your father," said Mrs. Halfacre, after inquiring for her husband for the 10th time. "It is so like him to forget an engagement to a ball. I believe he thinks of nothing but his lots. It is really a great trial, Dozy, to be so rich. I sometimes wish we weren't worth more than $1 million, for, after all, I suspect true happiness is to be found in these little fortunes. Hi-ho, it's 10 o'clock, and we must go, if we mean to be there at all. For Mrs. Caverly once said in my presence that she thought it as vulgar to be too late as too early." The carriage was ordered, and we all three got in, leaving a message for Mr. Halfacre to follow us. As the rumour that a 3-figure pocket handkerchief was to be at the ball had preceded my appearance, a general buzz announced my arrival in the salle à manger salons. I have no intention of describing fashionable society in the great emporium of the Western world. Everybody understands that it is on the best possible footing, grace, ease, high breeding, and common sense being so blended together that it is exceedingly difficult to analyze them, or indeed to tell which is which. It is this moral fusion that renders the whole perfect, as the harmony of fine coloring throws a glow of glory on the pictures of Claude, or, for that matter, on those of Cole, too. Still, as envious and evil-disposed persons have dared to call in question the elegance, and more especially the retinue of a Manhattanese rout, I feel myself impelled, if not by that high sentiment, patriotism, at least by a feeling of gratitude for the great consideration that is attached to pocket handkerchiefs, just to declare that it is all scandal. If I have any fault to find with New York society, is on account of this formal and almost priggish quiet, the female voice being usually quite lost in it, thus leaving a void in the ear, not to say the heart, that is painful to endure. Could a few young ladies, too, be persuaded to become a little more prominent, and quit their mother's apron strings, it would add vastly to the grouping, and relieve the stiffness of the shin-pieces of formal rows of dark-looking men, and of the flounces of pretty women. These two slight faults repaired, New York society might rival that of Paris, especially in the chaste hautine. More than this I do not wish to say, and less than this I cannot honor write, for I have made some of the warmest and truest-hearted friends in New York that ever fell to the lot of a pocket handkerchief to enjoy. It has been said that my arrival produced a general buzz. In less than a minute Eudosia made her curtsy, and was surrounded in a corner by a bevy of young friends, all silent together, and all dying to see me. To deny the deep gratification I felt at the encomiums I received would be hypocrisy. They went from my borders to my centre, from the lace to the hem, and from the hem to the minutest fibre of my exquisite texture. In a word, I was the first $100 pocket handkerchief that had then appeared in their circles, and had I been a Polish count, with 2 sets of moustaches, I could not have been more flattered and more entertained. My fame soon spread through the rooms, as 2 little apartments, with a door between them that made each an alcove of the other, were called, and even the men, the young ones in particular, began to take an interest in me. This latter interest, it is true, did not descend to the minutiae of trimmings and work, or even of fineness, but the 3-figure had a surprising effect. An elderly lady sent to borrow me for a moment. It was a queer thing to borrow a pocket handkerchief, some will think, but I was lent to 20 people that night, and while in her hands I overheard the following little aside between 2 young fashionables, who were quite unconscious of the acuteness of senses of our family. "This must be a rich old chap, this Halfacre, to give his daughter a $100 pocket handkerchief, Tom. One might do well to get introduced." "If you'll take my advice, Ned, you'll keep where you are," was the answer. "You've been to the surrogate's office, and have seen the will of old Simmons, and know that he has left his daughter $78,000, and after all this pocket handkerchief may be only a sign. I always distrust people who throw out such lures." "Oh, rely on it, there's no shame here. Charlie Pray told me of this girl last week, when no one had ever heard of her pocket handkerchief. Why don't Charlie, then, take her himself? I'm sure if I had his imperial, I could pick and choose among all the second-class heiresses in town." "Aye, there's the rub, Tom. One is obliged in our business to put up with the second class. Why can't we aim higher at once, and get such girls as the Burtons, for instance? The Burtons have, or have had, a mother." "And haven't all girls a mother? Who ever heard of a man or a woman without a mother?" "True, physically, but I mean morally. Now, this very Eudosia Halfacre has no more mother, in the last sense, than you have a wet nurse. She has an old woman to help her make a fool of herself, but in the way of a mother she would be better off with a pair of good gumshoes. a creature that is just to tell a girl not to wet her feet, and when to cloak and uncloak, and to help tear the checkbook out of money, is no more of a mother than old Simmons was of a Solomon, when he made that will which every one of us knows by heart quite as well as he knows the Constitution." Here the buzz in the room drew the two young men a little aside, and for a minute I heard nothing but indistinct phrases in which removal of deposits, panic, General Jackson, and revolution were the only words I could fairly understand. Presently, however, the young men dropped back into their former position, and the dialogue proceeded. "There," exclaimed Ned in a voice louder than was prudent, "that is what I call an escape. That cursed handkerchief was very near taking me in. I call it swindling to make such false pretensions. It might be very awkward with one who was not properly on his guard, but with the right sort there is very little danger." Here the two elegants led out a couple of heiresses to dance, and I heard no more of them or their escapes. Lest the reader, however, should be misled, I wish to add that these two worthies were not to be taken as specimens of New York morality at all, no place on earth being more free from fortune hunters or of a higher tone of social morals in this delicate particular. I am writing for American readers, I wish to say, that all they are told of the vices of old countries on the other side of the Atlantic is strictly true, while all that is said directly or by implication of the vices and faults of this happy young country is just so much calumny. The many excellent friends I have made since my arrival in this hemisphere has bound my heart to them to all eternity, and I will now proceed with my philosophical and profound disquisitions on what I have seen, with a perfect confidence that I shall receive credit and independence of opinion that is much too dear to me to consent to place it in question. But to return to facts. I was restored to Eudosia with a cold, reserved look by a lady into whose hands I had passed that struck me as singular, as shown to the owner of such an article. It was not long, however, before I discovered, to use a homely phrase, that something had happened, and I was not altogether without curiosity to know what the something was. It was apparent enough that Eudosia was the subject of general observation and of general conversation, though so long as she held me in her hand it exceeded all my acuteness of hearing to learn what was said. The poor girl fancied her pocket-handkerchief was the common theme, and in this she was not far from right, though it was in a way she little suspected. At length Clara Caverley drew near and borrowed me of her friend, under a pretext of showing me to her mother, who was in the room, though in fact it was merely to get me out of sight, for Clara was much too well bred to render any part of another's dress the subject of her discussions in general society. As if impatient to get me out of sight, I was thrown on a sofa among a little pile of connoisseurs, if there is such a word, for a gathering had been made, while our pretty hostesses were dancing in order to compare our beauty. There we lay quite an hour, a congress of pocket-handkerchiefs, making our comments on the company and gossiping in our own fashion. It was only the next day that I discovered the reason we were thus neglected, for, to own the truth, something had occurred which suddenly brought 3-figure and even 2-figure people of our class into temporary dispute. I shall explain that reason at the proper moment. The conversation among the handkerchiefs on the sofa ran principally on the subject of our comparative market value. I soon discovered that there was a good deal of envy against me on account of my 3 figures, although I confess I thought I cut a poor figure, lying as I did, neglected in a corner, on the very first evening of my Chapter 12. Everyone is more apt to hear an unpleasant rumor than those whom it immediately affects. Thus Eudosia and her mother were the only persons at Mrs. Trotter's ball who were ignorant of what had happened, one whispering the news to another, though no one could presume to communicate the fact to the parties most interested. In a commercial town like New York, the failure of a reputed millionaire could not long remain a secret, and everybody stared at the wife and daughter, and me, first as if they had never seen the wives and daughters of bankrupts before, and second, as if they had never seen them surrounded by the evidences of their extravagance. But the crisis was at hand, and the truth could not long be concealed. Eudosia was permitted to cloak and get into the carriage unaided by any beau, a thing that had not happened to her since speculation had brought her father into notice. The circumstance, more than any other, attracted her attention, and the carriage no sooner started than the poor girl gave vent to her feelings. "What can be the matter, Ma?" Eudosia said, "that every person in Mrs. Trotter's room should stare so at me this evening? I am sure my dress is as well made and as proper as that of any other young lady in the rooms, and as for handkerchiefs, I could see the envy in 50 eyes when their owners heard the price. That is all, dear. They did envy you, and no wonder they stared. Nothing makes people stare like envy. I thought this handkerchief would make a commotion. Oh, I used to stare myself when envious. Still it was odd that Morgan Morley did not ask me to dance. He knows how fond I am of dancing, and for the credit of so beautiful a handkerchief, he ought to have been more than usually attentive tonight." Mrs. Halfacre gaped, and declared that she was both tired and sleepy, which put an end to conversation until the carriage reached her own door. Both Mrs. Halfacre and Eudosia were surprised to find the husband and father still up. He was pacing the drawing-room, by the light of a single tallow candle, obviously in great mental distress. "Bless me!" exclaimed the wife. "You up at this hour? What can have happened? What has come to our door?" "Nothing but beggary," answered the man, smiling with a bitterness which showed he felt an inhuman joy at that fierce moment in making others as miserable as himself. "Yes, Mrs. Henry Halfacre. Yes, Miss Eudosia Halfacre. You are both beggars. I hope that, at least, will satisfy you." "You mean, Henry, that you have failed?" For that was a word too familiar in New York not to be understood even by the ladies. "Tell me the worst at once. Is it true? Have you failed?" "It is true. I have failed. My notes have been this day protested for $95,000, and I have not $95 in bank. Tomorrow 23,000 more will fall due, and this month will bring round quite 130,000 more. That accursed removal of the deposits, and that Tiger Jackson have done it all." To own the truth, both the ladies were a little confounded. They wept, and for some few minutes there was a dead silence, but curiosity soon caused them both to ask questions. "This is very dreadful, and with our large family," commenced the mother. "And so the General has it all to answer for. Why did you let him give so many notes for you?" No, it's not that. I gave the notes myself, but he removed the deposits, I tell you." "It's just like him, the old wretch, to think of his removing your deposits just as you wanted them so much yourself. But why did the clerks at the bank let him have them? They ought to have known that you had all this money to pay, and people cannot well pay debts without money." "You are telling that, my dear, to one who knows it by experience. That is the very reason why I have failed. I have a great many debts, and I have no money."
"But you have hundreds of lots. Give them lots, Henry, and that will settle all your difficulties. You must remember how all our friends have envied us our lots."
"I no fear but they'll get the lots, my dear, unless, indeed," added the speculator, "I take good care to prevent it. Thank God, I am not declared bankrupt. I can yet make my own assignee."
"Well, then, I wouldn't say a word about it. Declare nothing, and let 'em find out that you have failed, in the best manner they can. Why tell people your distresses so that they may pity you? I hate pity above all things, and especially the pity of my own friends." "Oh, that will be dreadful," put in Eudosia. "For heaven's sake, Pa, don't let anybody pity us."
"Very little fear of that, I fancy," muttered the father. "People who shoot up like rockets in 2 or 3 years seldom lay the foundations of much pity in readiness for their fall."
"Well, I declare, Dozy, this is too bad in the old general after all. I'm sure it must be unconstitutional for a president to remove your father's deposits. If I were in your place, Mr. Halfacre, I wouldn't fail just to spite them. You know you always said that a man of energy can do anything in this country, and I have heard Mr. Money say that he can't know a man of greater energy than yourself." The grin with which the ruined speculator turned on his wife was nearly sardonic. "Your men of energy are the very fellows to fail," he said. "However, they shall find if I have had extraordinary energy in running into debt, that I have extraordinary energy, too, in getting out of it. Mrs. Halfacre, we must quit this house this very week, and all this fine furniture must be brought to the hammer. I mean to preserve my character, at least." This was said loftily, and with the most approved accents. "Surely it isn't necessary to move to do that, my dear. Other people fail and keep their houses and furniture and carriages and such other things. Let us not make ourselves the subjects of unpleasant remarks."
"I intend that as little as you do yourself. We must quit this house and bring the furniture under the hammer, or part with all those lots you so much esteem and prize."
"Oh, if the house and furniture will pay the notes, I'm content, especially if you can contrive to keep the lots. Dozy will part with her handkerchief, too, I dare say, if that will do any good."
"By George, that'll be a capital idea. Yes, the handkerchief must be sent back tomorrow morning. That will make a famous talk. I only bought it because money was present, and I want to get $50,000 out of him to meet this crisis. The thing didn't succeed, but no matter, the handkerchief will tell in settling up. That handkerchief, Dozy, may be made to cover 100 lots."
In what manner I was to open so much like a tent of the Arabian Nights was a profound mystery to me then, as well as it was to the ladies. But the handsome Eudosia placed me in her father's hand with a frank liberality that proved she was not altogether without good qualities. As I afterwards discovered, indeed, these two females had most of the excellences of a devoted wife and daughter, their frivolities being the result of vicious educations, or of no educations at all, rather than depraved hearts. When Mr. Halfacre went into liquidation, as it is called, and compromised with his creditors, reserving to himself a pretty little capital of some $80,000 or $100,000, by means of judicious payments to confidential creditors, his wife and daughter saw all they most prized taken away, and the town was filled with the magnitude of their sacrifices and with the handsome manner in which both submitted to make them. By this ingenious device, the insolvent not only preserved his character, by no means an unusual circumstance in New York, however, but he preserved about half of his bona fide estate also, his creditors, as was customary, doing the paying. It is unnecessary to dwell on the remainder of this dialogue, my own adventures so soon carrying me into an entirely different sphere. The following morning, however, as soon as he had breakfasted, Mr. Halfacre put me in his pocket and walked down the street with the port of an afflicted and stricken, but thoroughly honest man. When he reached the shop door of Bobbinet and Company, he walked boldly in and laid me on the counter with a flourish so meek that even the clerks, the very matter-of-fact cast in general, afterwards commented on it. "Circumstances of an unpleasant nature, on which I presume it is unnecessary to dwell, compel me to offer you this handkerchief back again, gentlemen," he said, raising his hand to his eyes in a very affecting manner. "As a bargain is a bargain, I feel great reluctance to disturb its sacred obligations, but I cannot suffer a child of mine to retain such a luxury, while a single individual can justly say that I owe him $1. "What fine sentiments!" said Silky, who was lounging in a corner of the shop. "Wonderful sentiments, and such as become a man of honesty." Those around the colonel approved of his opinion, and Mr. Halfacre raised his head like one who was not afraid to look his creditors in the face. "I approve of your motives, Mr. Halfacre," returned Bobbinet, "but you know the character of the times, and the dearness of rents. That article has been seen in private hands, doubtless, and can no longer be considered fresh. We shall be forced to make a considerable abatement, if we consent to comply." "Name your own terms, sir, so they leave me a single dollar for my creditors. I shall be happy." "Wonderful sentiments," repeated the colonel. "We must send that man to the national councils." After a short negotiation, it was settled that Mr. Halfacre was to receive $50, and Bobbinet and Company were to replace me in their drawer. The next morning an article appeared in a daily paper of preeminent honesty and truth and talents in the following words: "Worthy of imitation, a distinguished gentleman of this city, H. Esquire, having been compelled to suspend, in consequence of the late robbery of the Bank of the United States by the cold-blooded miscreant whose hoary head disgraces the White House, felt himself bound to return an article of dress, purchased as recently as yesterday by his lovely daughter, and who in every respect was entitled to wear it, as she would have adorned it, receiving back the price with a view to put it in the fund he is already collecting to meet the demands of his creditors. It is due to the very respectable firm of Bobbinet and Company to add that it refunded the money with the greatest liberality at the first demand. We can recommend this house to our readers as one of the most liberal in our city. By the way, the editor who wrote this article didn't own a foot of the town, or of anything else, and as possessing a very large and well-selected assortment of the choicest goods. The following words: "We take this occasion to thank Messrs. Bobbinet and Company for a specimen of most beautiful gloves sent us," had a line run through in the manuscript, a little reflection telling the learned editor that it might be indiscreet to publish the fact at this precise moment. The American will know how to appreciate the importance of this opinion in relation to the house in question when he is told that it is written by one of those inspired moralists and profound constitutional lawyers and ingenious political economists who daily teach their fellow creatures how to give practical illustrations of the mandates of the Bible, how to discriminate in vexed questions arising from the national compact, and how to manage their private affairs in such a way as to escape the quicksands that have wrecked their own. As some of my readers may feel an interest in the fate of poor Eudosia, I will take occasion to say, before I proceed with the account of my own fortunes, that it was not half as bad as might have been supposed. Mr. Halfacre commenced his compromises under favorable auspices. The reputation of the affair of the pocket-handkerchief was of great service, and creditors relented as they thought of the hardship of depriving a pretty girl of so valuable an appliance. Long before the public had ceased to talk about the removal of the deposits, Mr. Halfacre had arranged everything to his own satisfaction. The lots were particularly useful, one of them paying off a debt that had been contracted for half a dozen. Now and then he met an obstinate fellow who insisted on his money, and who talked of suits and chancery. Such men were paid off in full, litigation being the speculator's aversion. As for the $50 received for me, it answered to go to market with until other funds were found. This diversion of the sum from its destined object, however, was apparent rather than real, since food was indispensable to enable the excitement but unfortunate man to work for the benefit of his creditors. In short, everything was settled in the most satisfactory. Chapter 13. When I found myself once more in the possession of Bobbinet and Company, I fancied that I might anticipate a long residence in their drawers, my freshness as an article having been somewhat tarnished by the appearance at Mrs. Trotter's ball. In this I was mistaken, the next day bringing about a release and a restoration to my proper place in society. The very morning after I was again in a drawer, a female voice was heard asking for worked French pocket handkerchiefs. As I clearly came within this category, alas, poor Adrienne, in half a minute I found myself, along with 50 fellows or fellowesses, lying on the counter. The instant I heard the voice, I knew that the speaker was not mamma, but my child, and I now saw that she was fair. Julia Monson was not as brilliantly handsome as my late owner, but she had more feeling and refinement in the expression of her countenance. Still there was an uneasy, worldly glancing of the eye that denoted how much she lived out of herself, in the less favourable understanding of the term, an expression of countenance that I have had occasion to remark in most of those who think a very expensive handkerchief necessary to their happiness. It is, in fact, the natural indication that the mind dwells more on show than on substantial things, and a proof that the possessor of this quality is not content to rely altogether on the higher moral feelings and attainments for her claims to deference. In a word, it is some such trait as that which distinguishes the beautiful plumage of the peacock from the motive that incites the bird to display his feathers. In company with Miss Monson was another young lady of about her own age, and of a very similar appearance as to dress and station. Still, the first glance discovered an essential difference in character. This companion, who was addressed as Mary, and whose family name was Warren, had none of the uneasiness of demeanour that belonged to her friend, and obviously cared less what others thought of everything she said or did. When the handkerchiefs were laid on the counter, Julia Monson seized on one with avidity, while Mary Warren regarded us all with a look of cold indifference, if not one of downright displeasure. "What beauties!" exclaimed the first, the clerk at that moment quitting them to hand some gloves to another customer. "What delightful needlework! Mary, do you purchase one to keep me in countenance, and I will purchase another. I know your mother gave you the money this very morning." "Not for that object, Julia. My dear mother little thinks I shall do any such thing." "And why not? A rich pocket handkerchief is a stylish thing." "I question if style, as you call it, is just the thing for a young woman under any circumstances. But, to confess the truth, I think a pocket handkerchief that is to be looked at, and which is not to be used, vulgar." "Not in Sir Walter Scott's signification, my dear," answered Julia, laughing, "for it is not so very common. Everybody cannot have a worked French pocket handkerchief. Sir Walter Scott's definition of what is vulgar is open to criticism, I fancy. The word comes from the common mind, or common practices, beyond a question. But it now means what is common as opposed to what is cultivated and refined. It is an absurdity, too, to make a thing respectable because it is common. A fib is one of the commonest things in the world, and yet it is scarcely respectable." "Oh, everyone says you are a philosopheress, Mary, and I ought to have expected some such answer. But a handkerchief I am determined to have, and it shall be the very handsomest I can find." "And the dearest?" "Well, you will have a very lady-like wardrobe with one pocket handkerchief in it. I wonder you did not purchase a single shoe." "Because I have 2 feet," replied Julia with spirit, though she laughed good-naturedly. "But here is the clerk, and he must not hear our quarrels. Have the goodness, sir, to show me the handsomest pocket handkerchief in your shop." I was drawn from beneath the pile and laid before the bright black eyes of Julia with an air of solemn dignity by the young dealer in finery. "That, ma'am," he said, "is the very finest and most elegant article not only that we have, but which is to be found in America. It was brought out by our Mr. Silky the last voyage. He said Paris cannot produce its equal." "This is beautiful, sir, one must admit. What is the price?" "Why, ma'am, we ought in justice to ourselves to have $120 for that article, but to our regular customers I believe Mr. Bobbinet is determined to ask only $100. This sounded exceedingly liberal. To ask only $100 for that for which there was a sort of moral obligation to ask $120, and Julia having come out with the intent to throw away a $100 note that her mother had given her that morning, the bargain was concluded. I was wrapped up carefully in paper, put into Miss Monson's muff, and once more took my departure from the empire of Colonel Silky. I no longer occupied a false position. "Now, I hope you are happy, Julia," quietly observed Mary Warren as the 2 girls took their seats side by side in Mrs. Monson's chariot. "The surprise to me is that you forgot to purchase this ne plus ultra of elegance while in Paris last summer." "My father said he could not afford it. We spent a great deal of money, as you may suppose, in running about, seeing sights and laying in curiosities, and when I hinted the matter to my mother, she said we must wait until another half-year's rents had come round. After all, Mary, there is one person at home to whom I shall be ashamed to show this purchase." "At home? Is there indeed? Had you merely said in town, I could have understood you. Your father and mother approving of what you have done, I do not see who there is at home to alarm you." Julia blushed when her friend said in town, and her conscious feelings immediately conjured up the image of a certain Betts Shoreham, as the person in her companion's mind's eye. I detected it all easily enough, being actually within 6 inches of her throbbing heart that very moment, though concealed in the muff. "It is not what you suppose, Mary, nor whom you suppose," answered my mistress. "I mean Mademoiselle Hannequin. I confess I do dread the glance of her reproving eye. It is odd enough that you should dread reproval from the governess of your sisters when you do not dread it from your own mother, but Mademoiselle Hannequin has nothing to do with you, you who were educated and out before she entered your family, and it is singular that a person not older than yourself, who was engaged in Paris so recently, should have obtained so much influence over the mind of one who never was her pupil." "I'm not afraid of her in most things," rejoined Julia, "but I confess I am in all that relates to taste, particularly in what relates to extravagance." "I have greatly misunderstood the character of Mademoiselle Hannequin if she ventured to interfere with you in either. A governess ought not to push her control beyond her proper duties." "Nor has Mademoiselle Hannequin," answered Julia honestly. "Still, I cannot but hear the lessons she gives my sisters, and, yes, to own the truth, I dread the glance she cannot avoid throwing on my purchase. It will say, 'Of what use are all my excellent lessons in taste and prudence if an elder sister's example is to counteract them?' It is that I dread." Mary was silent for fully a minute. Then she smiled archly, as girls will smile when certain thoughts cross their playful imaginations, and continued the discourse. "And Bet Shoreham has nothing to do with all this dread? What is Bet Shoreham to me, or what am I to Bet Shoreham? I am sure the circumstances that we happen to come from Europe in the same packet, and that he continues to visit us now we are at home, do not entitle him to have a veto, as they call it, on my wardrobe." "Not yet, certainly, my dear. Still they may entitle him to have his veto in petto." I thought a shade passed over the features of the pretty Julia Munson as she answered her friend, with a seriousness to show that she was now in earnest, and with a propriety that proved she had great good sense at bottom, as well as strong womanly feeling. "If I have learned nothing else by visiting Europe," she said, "I have learned to see how inconsiderate we girls are in America, in talking so much openly of this sort of thing. A woman's delicacy is like that of a tender flower, and it must suffer by having her name coupled with that of any man, except him she is to marry. Julia, dear, I will never speak of Mr. Shoreham again. I should not have done it now had I not thought his attentions were acceptable to you, as I am sure they are to your parents. Certainly they are very marked, at least so others think as well as myself." "I know it seems so to the world," answered Julia in a subdued, thoughtful tone, "but it scarcely seems so to me. Bet Shoreham is very agreeable, every way a suitable connection for any of us, and that is the reason people are so ready to fancy him in earnest." "In earnest? If Mr. Shoreham pays attentions that are pointed and is not in earnest, he is a very different person from what I took him to be." Julia's voice grew still more gentle, and it was easy enough to see that her feelings were enlisted in the subject. "It is no more than justice to Bet Shoreham," she continued, "to say that he has not been pointed in his attentions to me. We females are said to be quick in discovering such matters, and I am not more blind than the rest of our sex. He is a young man of good family, and has some fortune, and that makes him welcome in most houses in town, while he is agreeable, well-looking, and thoroughly amiable. He met us abroad, and it is natural for him to keep up an intimacy that recalls pleasant recollections. You will remember, Mary, that before he can be accused of trifling, he must trifle. I think him far more attentive to my mother, my father, nay, to my 2 little sisters, than he is to me. Even Mademoiselle Hennequin is quite as much, if not more, of a favourite than I am." As Mary Warren saw that her friend was serious, she changed the subject. Soon after, we were set down at Mr. Monson's door. Here the friends parted, Mary Warren preferring to walk home, while Julia and I entered the house together. "Well, mother," cried Julia as she entered Mrs. Monson's room, "I have found the most beautiful thing you ever beheld, and I have bought it. Here it is. What do you think of my choice?" Mrs. Monson was a kind-hearted, easy, indulgent parent, who had brought her husband a good fortune, and who had married rich in the bargain. Accustomed all her life to a free use of money, and her own money too, for this is a country in which very many persons cast the substance to others right and left, and when her eldest daughter expressed a wish to possess an elaborate specimen of our race, she had consented from a pure disinclination to deny her child any gratification that might be deemed innocent. Still she knew that prudence was a virtue, and that Julia had thrown away money that might have been much better employed. "This is certainly a very beautiful handkerchief," observed the mother, after examining me carefully, and with somewhat of a manner of a connoisseur. "Surprisingly beautiful, and yet I almost wish, my child, that you had not purchased it. $100 sounds frightfully in prince for us poor simple people who live in nutshells of houses 25 feet front and 56 deep, to pay for a pocket handkerchief. The jewel box of a young lady who has such handkerchiefs ought to cost thousands to be in keeping." "But, mother, I have only one, you will remember, and so my jewels may be limited to hundreds." "One pocket handkerchief has a mean sound too. Even one hat is not very superfluous." "That is so like Mary Warren, mother. If you do not wish me to make the purchase, you had only to say it. I am sure your wish would have been my law." "I know it, love, and I am afraid it is your dutiful behavior that has made me careless in this instance. Your happiness and interests are ever uppermost in my mind, and sometimes they seem to conflict. What young man will dare to choose a wife from among young ladies who expend so much money on their pocket handkerchiefs?" This was said smilingly, but there was a touch of tenderness and natural concern in the voice and manner of the speaker that made an impression on the daughter. "I am afraid now, mother, you are thinking of Bet Shoreham," said Julia, blushing, though she struggled powerfully to appear unconcerned. "I do not know why it is, but both you and Mary Warren appear to be always thinking of Mr. Shoreham." The mother smiled, and she was not quite ingenuous when she said in answer to the remark, "Shoreham was not in my mouth, and you ought not to suppose he was in my mind. Nevertheless, I do not believe he would admire you, or anyone else, the more for being the owner of so expensive an article of dress. He is wealthy, but very prudent in his opinions and habits." "Bet Shoreham was born to an estate, and his father before him," said Julia firmly, "and such men know how to distinguish between the cant of economy and those elegancies of life that become people of refinement. No one can better understand the difference between cant and economy, as well as cant and some other things, and true taste as well as true morals, than young Shoreham. But there are indulgences that become persons in no class." "After all, mother, we are making a trifle of a very serious matter. It is but a pocket handkerchief." "Very true, my love, and it cost only $100, and so we will say no more about it. Bien entendu that you are not to purchase 6 dozen at the same price." This determined the dialogue. Julia retiring to her own room, carrying me with her, I was thrown upon the bed, and soon after my mistress opened a door and summoned her 2 young Chapter 14. And now comes an exhibition of my mesmeritic powers, always handkerchiefly speaking, that may surprise those who have not attended to the modern science of invisible fluids. It is by this means, however, that I am enabled to perceive a great deal of that which passes under the roof where I may happen to be, without absolutely seeing it. Much escapes me, of course, for even a pocket handkerchief cannot hear or see everything, but enough is learned to enable me to furnish a very clear outline of that which occurs near me, more especially if it happen to be within walls of brick. In wooden edifices I find my powers much diminished, the fluids doubtless escaping through the pores of the material. That evening, then, at the usual hour, and while I lay snugly ensconced in a most fragrant and convenient drawer, among various other beings of my species, though not of my family, alas, the inmates of the house assembled in the front drawing-room to take a few cups of tea. Mr. and Mrs. Monson, with their only son, John Monson, their 3 daughters, the governess, and Bet Shoreham were all present, the latter having dropped in with a new novel for the ladies.
"I do really wish one could see a little advance in the way of real refinement and true elegance among all the vast improvements we are making in frippery and follies," cried Mr. Monson, throwing down an evening paper in a pettish manner that sufficiently denoted discontent. "We're always puffing our own progress in America without exactly knowing whether a good deal of the road is not to be traveled over again by way of undoing much that we have done. Here now is a specimen of our march in folly, an advertisement of Bobinet's, who has pocket handkerchiefs at $75. By the dozen or by the gross, sir?" demanded Bet Shoreham quickly. "Oh, singly, $75 each. Nay, there must be a mistake, sir. Who even in this extravagant and reckless country could be found to pay such a price? One can fancy such a thing in a princess with hundreds of thousands of income, but scarcely of anyone else. How could such a thing be used, for instance?" "Oh," cried John Monson, to hide the blushes of the simpleton who had thrown away her money on it, "I heard a story this very afternoon of some person of the name of Halfacres having failed yesterday, and whose daughter purchased an even higher-priced handkerchief than that the very same day." "This failure is not surprising, then," put in Bet Shoreham. "For myself, I do not think that I—" "Well, what do you think, Mr. Shoreham?" asked Mrs. Monson, smiling, for she saw that Julia was too much mortified to speak, and who assumed more than half the blame of her own daughter's extravagance. "You were about to favor us with some magnificent resolution." "I was about to utter an impertinence, I confess, ma'am, but recollected in time that young men's protestations of what they would do by way of reforming the world is not of half the importance to others that they so often fancy. So I shall spare you the infliction. $75, Mademoiselle Hennequin, will be a high price for such a thing even in Paris, I fancy." The answer was given in imperfect English, a circumstance that rendered the sweet round tones of the speaker very agreeable to the ear, and lent the charm of piquancy to what she said. I could not distinguish countenances from the drawer, but I fancied young Shoreham to be a handsome youth, the governess to be pale and slightly ugly, though very agreeable in manner, and Julia excessively embarrassed, but determined to defend her purchase should it become necessary. $75 sound like a high price, monsieur," answered Mademoiselle Hennequin. "But the ladies of Paris do not grudge their gold for ornaments to decorate their persons." "Aye," put in John Monson, "but they are consistent. Now, I'll engage this Mrs. Hundredacres, or Halfacre, or whatever her name may be. Overlooked her own household work, kept no housekeeper, higgled about flour and butter, and lived half her time in her basement. Think of such a woman's giving her daughter $100 pocket handkerchief.
Now, Mrs. Monson did keep a housekeeper. She was not a mere upper servant in her own family, and Julia was gratified that, in this instance, her fastidious brother could not reproach her, at least. "Well, Jack, that is a queer reason of yours," cried the father, "for not indulging in a luxury. Because the good woman is careful in some things, she is not to be a little extravagant in others. What do you say to such logic, Mr. Shoreham?" "To own the truth, sir, I am much of Monson's way of thinking. As it is necessary to begin at the bottom of constructing a scheme of domestic refinement, as in building a house, fitness is entitled to a place in everything that relates to taste, at all events. And as a laced and embroidered pocket-handkerchief is altogether for appearance, it becomes necessary that other things should be in keeping. If the ladies will excuse me, I will say that I never yet saw a woman in America in a sufficiently high dress to justify such an appendage as that which Monson has just mentioned. The handkerchief ought not to cost more than the rest of the toilette." "It is true, Mr. Shoreham," put in Julia with vivacity, if not with spirit, "that our women do not dress as women of rank sometimes dress in Europe. But, on the whole, I do not know that we are so much behind them in appearance." "Very far from it, my dear Miss Monson, as far as possible. I am the last man to decry my beautiful countrywomen, who are second to no others in appearance, certainly. If they do not dress as richly, it is because they do not need it. Mademoiselle Hennequin has no reason to deprecate comparisons, but certainly," answered the governess, when she found the young man hesitated about proceeding, "certainly I am not so bigoted or so blind as to wish to deny that the American ladies are very handsome, handsomer as a whole than those of my own country. It would be idle to deny it. So are those of England and Italy." "This is being very liberal, Mademoiselle Hennequin, and more than you are required to admit," observed Mrs. Monson in the kindest possible tone of voice, and I make no manner of doubt with the most benevolent smile, though I could not see her. "Some of the most brilliantly beautiful women I have ever seen have been French, perhaps the most brilliantly beautiful." "That is true, madame, but such is not the rule, I think. Both the English and the Americans seem to be handsomer as a whole than my own countrywomen." Now, nothing could be sweeter or softer or gentler than the voice that made this great concession, for great it certainly was, as coming from a woman. It appeared to me that the admission, too, was more than commonly generous, from the circumstances that the governess was not particularly pretty in her own person. It is true I had not yet seen her, but my mesmeric impulses induced me to fancy as much.
"What say the young gentlemen to this?" asked Mr. Monson, laughing. "This is a question not to be settled altogether by ladies, old or young. That Shoreham has substantially told you what he thinks, and now I claim a right to give my opinion," cried John Monson. "Like Betts, I will not decry my countrywomen, but I shall protest against the doctrine of their having all the beauty of the world. By Jove, I have seen in one opera house at Rome more beautiful women than I ever saw together before or since in any other place. Broadway never equals the Corso of a carnival."
"This is not sticking to the subject," observed Mrs. Monson. "Pocket-handkerchiefs and housekeepers are our themes, and not pretty women. Mademoiselle Hennequin, you are French enough, I am sure, to like more sugar in your tea." This changed the subject, which became a desultory discourse on the news of the day. I could not understand half what was said, laboring under the disadvantage of being shut up in a close drawer on another floor, and that, too, with 6 dozen of chattering French gloves lying within a foot of me. Still I saw plainly enough that Mademoiselle Hennequin, notwithstanding she was a governess, was a favourite in the family, and, I may add, out of it also. Bet Shoreham being no sort of connection of the Monsons, I thought, moreover, that I discovered signs of cross purposes, as between the young people, though I think a pocket-handkerchief subject to those general laws concerning secrets that are recognized among all honorable persons. Not having been actually present at this occasion, should I proceed to relate all that passed, or that I fancied passed, it would be degrading myself to the level of those newspapers which are in the habit of retailing private conversations, and which, like most small dealers in such things, never retail fairly. I saw no more of my mistress for a week. I have reason to think that she had determined never to use me, but female resolutions in matters of dress are not of the most inflexible nature. There was a certain Miss Leamington in New York who gave a great ball about this time, and being in the same set as the Monsons, the family was invited as a matter of course. It would have surpassed the powers of self-denial to keep me in the background on such an occasion, and Julia, having first cleared the way by owning her folly to a very indulgent father and a very tormenting brother, determined nobly to bring me out, let the effect on Bet Shoreham be what it might. As the father had no female friends to trouble him, he was asked to join the Monsons, the intimacy fully warranting the step. Julia never looked more lovely than she did that night. She anticipated much pleasure, and her smiles were in proportion to her anticipations. When all was ready, she took me from the drawer, let a single drop of lavender fall in my bosom, and tripped downstairs toward the drawing-room. Bet Shoreham and Mademoiselle Hennequin were together, and, for a novelty, alone. I say for a novelty because the governess had few opportunities to see anyone without the presence of a third person, and because her habits as an unmarried and well-educated Frenchwoman indisposed her to tete-a-tetes with the other sex. My mistress was lynx-eyed in all that related to Bet Shoreham and the governess. A single glance told her that their recent conversation had been more than usually interesting. Nor could I help seeing it myself, the face of the governess being red, or in that condition which, were she aught but a governess, would be called suffused with blushes. Julia felt uncomfortable. She felt herself to be de trop, and making an incoherent excuse, she had scarcely taken a seat on a sofa before she arose, left the room, and ran upstairs again. In doing so, however, the poor girl left me inadvertently on the sofa. She had so suddenly quitted herself. Bet Shoreham manifested no concern at this movement, though Mademoiselle Hennequin precipitately changed her seat, which had been quite near, approximately near, as one might say, to the chair occupied by the gentleman. This new evolution placed the governess close at my side. Now, whatever might have been the subject of discourse between these two young persons, for Mademoiselle Hennequin was quite as youthful as my mistress, let her beauty be as it might, it was not continued in my presence. On the contrary, the young lady turned her eyes on me, instead of looking at her companion, and then she raised me in her hand, and commenced a critical examination of my person. "That is a very beautiful handkerchief, Mademoiselle Hennequin," said Bet Shoreham, making the remark in excuse for following the young lady to the sofa. "Had we heard of its existence, our remarks the other night on such a luxury might have been more guarded." No answer was given. The governess gazed on me intently, and tears began to course down her cheeks. Notwithstanding, it was evident that she wished to conceal them. Ashamed of her weakness, she endeavored to smile them away and to appear cheerful. "What is there in that pocket-handkerchief, dear Mademoiselle Hennequin?" asked Bet Shoreham, who had the pernicious habit of calling the young ladies with whom he was on terms of intolerable intimacy dear, a habit that sometimes misled persons to the degree of interest that he felt in his companions. "What can there be in that pocket-handkerchief?"
Chapter 15. There is no moment in the life of man when he is so keenly sensitive on the subject of the perfection of his mistress as that in which he completely admits her power. All his jealousy is actively alive to the smallest shade of fault, although his feelings so much indispose him to see any blemish. Bet Shoreham felt an unpleasant pang, even, yes, it amounted to a pang, for in a few moments he would have offered his hand, and men cannot receive any drawback with indifference at such an instant. He felt an unpleasant pang then, as the idea crossed his mind that Mademoiselle Hennequin could be so violently affected by a feeling as unworthy as that of envy. He had passed several years abroad, and had got the common notion about the selfishness of the French, and more particularly their women, and his prejudices took the alarm. But his love was much the strongest, and soon looked down the distrust. However reasonable under the circumstance, the latter might have appeared to a disinterested and cool-headed observer. He had seen so much meek and pure-spirited self-denial, so much high principle in the conduct of Mademoiselle Hennequin during an intimacy which had now lasted 6 months, that no passing feeling of doubt, like the one just felt, could unsettle the confidence created by her virtues. I know it may take more credit than belongs to most pocket handkerchiefs to maintain the problem of the virtues of a French governess, a class of unfortunate persons that seem doomed to condemnation by all the sages of our modern imaginative literature. An English governess, or even an American governess, if indeed there be such a thing in nature, may be everything that is respectable and prudent and wise and good, but the French governess has a sort of ex officio moral taint about her that throws her without the pale of literary charities. Nevertheless, 1 or 2 of the most excellent women I have ever known have been French governesses, though I do not choose to reveal what this particular individual of the class turned out to be in the end, until the moment for the denouncement of her character shall regularly arrive. There was not much time for Bet Shoreham to philosophize and speculate on female caprices and motives. John Monson, making his appearance in his high evening dress as well comported with that is called republican simplicity. John was a fine-looking fellow, 6 feet and an inch, with large whiskers, a bushy head of hair, and particularly white teeth. His friend was 2 inches shorter, of much less showy appearance, but of a more intellectual countenance, and of juster proportions. Most persons at first sight would praise John Monson's person and face, but all would feel the superiority of Bet Shoreham's on an acquaintance. The smile of the latter in particular was as winning and amiable as that of a girl. It was that smile, on the one hand, and his active, ever-dormant sympathy for her situation on the other, which, united, had made such an inroad on the young governess's affections. "It's deuced cold, Bets," said John as he came near the fire. "This delightful country of ours has some confounded hard winters. I wonder if it be patriotic to say our winters." "It is old common property, Monson. But what have become of your sister and Mademoiselle Hennequin? They were both here a minute since, and have vanished like—" "What, ghosts? No, you dare not call them that, lest their spirits take it in dudgeon. Julie is no ghost, though she is sometimes so delicate and ethereal, and as for Henny—" "Who?" exclaimed Betts, doubting if his ears were true. "Henny, Tote and Moll's governess. Whom do you think I could mean else? I always call her Henny, en famille, and I look upon you as almost one of us since our travels. I am sure I can scarcely be grateful enough, my dear fellow, but you do not call her so to her face." "Why, no, perhaps not exactly in her very teeth, and beautiful teeth she has, Bets. Julie's won't compare with them. Miss Monson has fine teeth, notwithstanding. Perhaps Mademoiselle Hennequin—" "Yes, Henny has the best teeth of any girl I know.
They're none of your pearls. Some pearls are yellowish, you know, but they are teeth, just what ought to be in a handsome girl's mouth. I have no objection to pearls in a necklace or in the pockets, but teeth are what are wanted in a mouth, and Henny has just the finest set I know of." Bet Shoreham fidgeted at the Henny, and he had the weakness at the moment to wish the young governess were not in a situation to be spoken of so unceremoniously. He had not time to express this feeling before John Monson got a glimpse of me, and had me under examination beneath the light of a very powerful lamp. I declare that, knowing this aversion to our species, I felt a glow in all my system at the liberties he was taking. "What have we here?" exclaimed John Monson in surprise. "Has Miss Flower Garden made a call? And is this her card?" "I believe that pocket handkerchief belongs to your sister," answered Betts dryly, "if that be what you mean." "Jewel! Well, I'm sorry to hear it. I did hope that no sister of mine would run into any such foolish extravagance. Do you own it, Jewel?" who entered the room at that instant. "Is this bit of rag yours, or is it not more likely to be Henny's?" "Bit of rag?" cried the sister, snatching me dexterously out of the spoiler's hands. "And Henny, too? This is not a bit of rag, sir, but a very pretty pocket handkerchief, and you must very well know that Mademoiselle Hennequin is not likely to be the owner of anything as costly." "And what did it cost, pray? At least tell me that, if nothing else." "I shall not gratify your curiosity, sir. A lady's wardrobe is not to be discussed in this manner." "Pray, sir, may I ask?" Mr. Monson now coming in. "Did you pay for Jewel's handkerchief? Hang me if I ever saw a more vulgar thing in my life." "The opinion is not likely to induce me to say yes," answered the father, half laughing, and yet half angry at his son's making such allusions before Betts. "Never mind him, my dear. The handkerchief is not half as expensive as his own cigars." "It shall be as thoroughly smoked, nevertheless," rejoined John, who was as near being spoilt and escaping as was at all necessary. "Ah, Julie, Julie, I'm ashamed of thee." This was an inauspicious commencement for an evening from which so much happiness had been anticipated. But Mrs. Monson coming down, and the carriages driving to the door, Mademoiselle Hennequin was summoned, and the whole party left the house. As a matter of course, it was a little out of the common way that the governess was asked to make one in the invitations given to the Monsons, but Mademoiselle Hennequin was a person of such perfect bon ton, and had so thoroughly the manners of a lady, and was generally reputed so accomplished, that most of the friends of the family felt themselves bound to notice her. There was another reason, too, which justice requires I should relate, though it is not so creditable to the young lady as those already given. From some quarter or other a rumour had got abroad that Miss Monson's governess was of a noble family, a circumstance that I soon discovered had great influence in New York, doubtless by way of expiation for the rigid democratical notions that so universally pervade its society. And here I may remark en passant that while nothing is considered so disreputable in America as to be aristocratic, a word of very extensive signification, it embraces the tastes, the opinions, the habits, the virtues, and sometimes the religion of the offending party. On the other hand, nothing is so certain to attract attention as nobility. How many poor Poles have I seen dragged about and made lions of, merely because they were reputed noble, though the distinction in that country is pretty much the same as that which exists in one portion of this great republic, where one half of the population is white and the other black, the former making the noble and the latter the serf. "What an exceedingly aristocratic pocket handkerchief Miss Monson has this evening," observed Mrs. G. to Mr. W. as we passed into Mrs. Leamington's rooms that evening. "I don't know when I've seen anything so aristocratic in society." "The Monsons are very aristocratic in all things. I understand they dine at 6.
Yes, put in Miss F., and use finger bowls every day.
Oh, aristocratic. Very. They even say that since they have come back from Europe the last time, matters are pushed farther than ever. The ladies insist on kneeling at prayers instead of inclining like the rest of the world.
Did one ever hear of anything so aristocratic?
They do say, but I do not vouch for its truth, that Mr. and Mrs. Monson insist on all their children calling them father and mother instead of pa and ma. Why, Mr. W., that is downright monarchical, is it not? It is difficult to say what is and what is not monarchical nowadays, though I think one is pretty safe in pronouncing it anti-republican. It is patriarchal, rather, observed a wit who belonged to the group. Into this aristocratical set I was now regularly introduced. Many longing and curious eyes were drawn toward me, though the company in this house was generally too well bred to criticize articles of dress very closely. Still, in every country, aristocracy, monarchy, or democracy, there are privileged classes, and in all companies privileged persons. One of the latter took the liberty of asking Julia to leave me in her keeping while the other danced, and I was thus temporarily transferred into a circle in which several other pocket handkerchiefs had been collected, with a view to compare our several merits and demerits. The reader will judge of my surprise when, the examination being ended and the judgment being rendered altogether in my favor, I found myself familiarly addressed by the name that I bore in the family circle, or as Number 7, for pocket handkerchiefs never speak to each other except on the principle of decimals. It was Number 12, or my relative of the extreme cote couche, who had strangely enough found his way into this very room, and was now lying cheek by jowl with me again in old Mrs. Eyelet's lap. Family affection made us glad to meet, and we had 100 questions to put to each other in a breath. Number 12 had commenced a life a violent Republican, and this simply because he read nothing but Republican newspapers, a sufficiently simple reason, as all know who have heard both sides of any question. Shortly after I was purchased by poor dear Adrienne, a young American traveler had stepped into the magazine, and with a recklessness that distinguishes the expenditures of his countrymen, swept off half a dozen of the family at one purchase. Accident gave him the liberal end of the piece, and a circumstance to which he never would have assented had he known the fact, for being an attaché of the legation of his own country, he was ex officio aristocratic. My brother amused me exceedingly with his account of the indignation he felt at finding himself in the very hotbed of monarchical opinions in the set at the American legation. What rendered these diplomates so much more aristocratic was the novelty of the thing, scarcely one of them having been accustomed to society at home. After passing a few months in such company, my brother's boss, who was a mere traveling diplomatist, came home and began to run a brilliant career in circles of New York on the faith of a European reputation. Alas, there is in the pocket handkerchief nature and a disposition to act by contraries. The more you call, the more I won't come principle was active in poor Number 12's mind, and he had not been a month in New York society before he came out an ultra-monarchist. New York society has more than one of these sudden political conversions to answer for. It is such a thorough development of the democratic principle that the faith of the new believers is found strong enough to withstand it. Everybody knows how much a prospect varies by position. Thus you shall stand on the aristocratic side of a room filled with company, and everything will present a vulgar and democratic appearance. Or vice versa, you shall occupy a place among the oi polloi, and all is aristocratic, exclusive, and offensive. So it had proved with my unfortunate kinsman. All his notions had changed. Instead of finding the perfection he had preached and extolled so long, he found nothing to admire and everything to condemn. In a word, never was a pocket handkerchief so miserable, and that, too, on grounds so philosophical and profound, met with on its entrance into active life. I do believe if my brother could have got back to France, he would have written a book on America, which, while it overlooked many vices and foibles that deserved to be cut up without mercy, would have thrown even de Tocqueville into the shade in the way of political blunders. But I forbear, this latter writing being unanswerable among these neophytes, who, having never thought of their own system, unless as an Englishman, were overwhelmed with admiration at finding anything of another character advanced about it. At least such are the sentiments entertained by a very high-priced pocket-handkerchief. Mademoiselle Hennequin, I took occasion to remark, occupied much of the attention of Bet Shoreham at Mrs. Leamington's ball. They understood each other perfectly, though the young man could not get over the feeling created by the governess's manner when she first met with me. Throughout the evening, indeed, her eyes seemed studiously averted from me, as if she struggled to suppress certain sentiments or sensations that she was unwilling to betray. Now these sentiments, if sentiments they were, or sensations, as they were beyond all dispute, might be envy, repinings at another's better fortunes, or they might be excited by philosophical and commendable reflections touching those follies which so often lead the young and thoughtless into extravagance. Betts tried hard to believe them the last, though, in his inmost heart. He would 1,000 times rather that the women he loved should smile on a weakness of his sort in a girl of her own age, than that she should show herself to be prematurely wise, if it was wisdom purchased at the expense of light-heartedness and sympathies of her years and sex. On a diminished scale I had awakened in his bosom some such uneasy distrust as the pocket-handkerchief of Desdemona is known to have aroused in that of the Moor. Nor can I say that Julia Monson enjoyed herself as much as she had anticipated. Love she did not Bet Shoreham, for that was a passion her temperament and training induced her to wait for some pretty unequivocal demonstrations on the part of the gentleman before she yielded to it. But she liked him vastly, and nothing would have been easier than to have blown his smouldering preference into a flame. She was too young and, to say the truth, too natural and uncalculating, to be always remembering that Betts owned a good old-fashioned landed estate and was said to produce 20, and which did actually produce 11,000 a year net, and that his house in the country was generally said to be one of the very best in the state. For all this she cared absolutely nothing, or nothing worth mentioning. There were enough young men of good estates, and there were a vast many of no estates at all, ready and willing to take their chances in the cutting up of old Monson. But there were few who were as agreeable, as well-mannered, as handsome, or who had seen as much of the world as Bet Shoreham. Of course, she had never fancied the young man in love with herself, but previously to the impression she had quite recently imbibed of his attachment to her mother's governess, she had been accustomed to think such a thing might come to pass, and that she should be sorry if it did. I very well understand this is not the fashionable, or possibly the polite way of describing those incipient sentiments which form the germ of love in the virgin affections of young ladies, and that a skilful and refined poet would use very different language on the occasion. But I began this history to represent things as they are, and such is the manner in which love's young dream appears to a pocket-handkerchief. Among other things that were unpleasant, Miss Monson was compelled to overhear sundry remarks of Beth's devotion to the governess as she stood in the dance, some of which reached me also. "Who is the lady to whom Mr. Shoreham is so devout this evening?" asked Mrs. N. of Miss T. "'Tis quite a new face, and, if one might be so presuming, quite a new manner. That is Mademoiselle Henny, the governess of Miss Monson's children, my dear. They say she is all accomplishments, and quite a miracle of propriety. It is also rumored that she is, some way, a very distinguished person, reduced by those horrid revolutions of which they have so many in Europe. Noble, I dare say. Oh, at that at least. Some persons affirm that she is semi-royal. The country is full of broken-down royalty and nobility. Do you think she has an aristocratic air?" "Not in the least. Her ears are too small." "Why, my dear, that is the very symbol of nobility. When my Aunt Harding was in Naples, she knew the Duke of Montecabarna intimately, and she says he had the smallest ears she ever beheld in a human being. The Montecabarnas are a family as old as the ruins of Paestum, they say. Well, to my notion, nobility and teaching little girls French and Italian and their gams have very little in common. I had thought Mr. Shoreham an admirer of Miss Monson's." Now, unfortunately, my mistress overheard this remark. Her feelings were just in that agitated state to take the alarm, and she determined to flirt with a young man in the name of Thurston, with a view to awaken Bet's jealousy, if he had any, and to give vent to her own spleen. This Tom Thurston was one of those tall, good-looking young fellows who came from nobody knows where, get into society nobody knows how, and live on nobody knows what. It was pretty generally understood that he was on the lookout for a rich wife, and encouragement from Julia Monson was not likely to be disregarded by such a person. To own the truth, my mistress carried matters much too far, so far, indeed, as to attract attention from everybody but those most concerned, viz. her own mother and Bet Shoreham. Although elderly ladies play cards very little just now in American society, or indeed in any other, they have their inducements for rendering the well-known office of matron at a ball a mere sinecure. Mrs. Monson, too, was an indulgent mother, and seldom saw anything very wrong in her own children. Julia, in the main, had sufficient retinue, and a suspicion of her want of discretion on this point was one of the last things that would cross the fond parent's mind at Mrs. Leamington's ball. Others, however, were less confiding. "Your daughter is in high spirits tonight," observed a single lady of a certain age who was sitting near Mrs. Monson. "I do not remember to have ever seen her so gay. Yes, dear girl, she is happy." Poor Julia was anything but that, but then, but youth is the time for happiness, if it is ever to come in this life. "Is Miss Monson addicted to such very high spirits?" continued one who was resolute to torment, and vexed that the mother could not be sufficiently alarmed to look around. "Always, when in agreeable company. I think it a great happiness, ma'am, to possess good spirits." "No doubt, yet one needn't be always 15, as Lady Wortley Montague said," muttered the other, giving up the point, and changing her seat in order that she might speak her mind more freely into the ear of a congenial spirit. Half an hour later we were all in the carriages again on our way home, all but Bet Shoreham, I should say, for having seen the ladies cloaked, he had taken his leave at Mrs. Leamington's door, as uncertain as ever whether or not to impute envy to a being who in all other respects seemed to him to be faultless. He had to retire to an uneasy pillow, undetermined whether to pursue his original intention of making the poor friendless French girl independent by an offer of his hand, or whether to decide that her amiable and genial qualities were all seeming, and that she was not what she appeared to be. Bet Shoreham owned his distrust and national prejudice, and well was he paid for entertaining so vile a companion. Had Mademoiselle Hennequin been an American girl, he would not have thought a second time of the emotion she had betrayed in regarding my beauties. But he had been taught to believe all French women managing and hypocritical, a notion that the experience of the young man in Paris would not be very likely to destroy. "Well," cried John Monson, as the carriage drew from Mrs. Leamington's door, "this is the last ball I shall go to in New York," which declaration he repeated 20 times that season, and as often broke. "What is the matter now, Jack?" demanded the father. "I found it very pleasant. 6 or 7 of us old fellows made a very agreeable evening of it." "Yes, I dare say, sir. But you were not compelled to dance in a room 18 by 24 with 100 people treading on your toes or brushing their heads in your face." "Jack can find no room for dancing since the great ball of the Salle d'Opera at Paris," observed the mother, smiling. "I hope you enjoyed yourself better, Julia." My mistress started. Then she answered with a sort of hysterical glee, "Oh, I have found the evening delightful, ma'am. I could have remained 2 hours longer." "And you, Mademoiselle Hennequin, I hope you too were agreeably entertained?" The governess answered meekly, and with a slight tremor in her voice. "Certainly, madame," she said. "I have enjoyed myself, though dancing always seems an amusement I have no right to share in." There was some little embarrassment, and I could perceive an impulse in Julia to press nearer to her rival, as if impelled by a generous wish to manifest her sympathy. But Tom's protest soon silenced everything else, and we alighted, and soon went to rest. The next morning Julia sent for me down to be exhibited to 1 or 2 friends, my fame having spread in consequence of my late appearance. I was praised, kissed, called a pretty dear, and extolled like a spoiled child, though Mrs. W. did not fail to carry the intelligence far and near that Miss Monson's much-talked-about pocket-handkerchief was nothing, after all, but the thing Miss Halfacre had brought out the night of the day her father had stopped payment. Some even began to nickname me the insolvent pocket-handkerchief. I thought Julia sad after her friends had all left her. I lay neglected on a sofa, and the pretty girl's brow became thoughtful. Of a sudden she was aroused from a brown study, a reflective mood, perhaps, would be more the select phrase, by the unexpected appearance of young Thurston. There was a sort of I've caught you alone expression about the adventurer's eye, even while he was making his bow, that struck me. I looked for great events, nor was I altogether disappointed. In 1 minute he was seated at Julia's side on the same sofa, and within 2 feet of her. In 2 more he had brought in play his usual tricks of flattery. My mistress listened languidly, and yet not altogether without interest. She was piqued at Bet Shoreham's indifference, had known her present admirer several months, if dancing in the same sect can be called knowing, and had never been made love to before, at least in a manner so direct and unequivocal. The young man had tact enough to discover that he had an advantage, and, fearful that someone might come in and interrupt the tete-a-tete, he magnanimously resolved to throw all on a single cast, and come to the point at once. "I think, Miss Monson," he continued, after a very beautiful specimen of rigmarole in the way of love-making, a rigmarole that might have very fairly figured in an editor's Law and Logic, after he had been beaten in a libel suit, "I think, Miss Monson, you cannot have overlooked the very peculiar attentions I have endeavored to pay you, ever since I have been so fortunate as to have made your acquaintance." Upon my word, Mr. Thurston, I am not at all conscious of having been the object of any such attentions." "Oh, that is ever the way with the innocent and single-minded. This is what we sincere and diffident men have to contend with in affairs of the heart. Our bosoms may be torn with 10,000 distracting cares, and yet the modesty of a truly virtuous female heart can be so absorbed in its own placid serenity as to be indifferent to the pangs it is unconsciously inflicting." "Mr. Thurston, your language is strong and a little unintelligible." "I dare say, ma'am, I never expect to be intelligible again. When the heart is oppressed with unutterable anguish, condemned to conceal that passion which is at once the torment and delight of life, when his lip, the ruby harbinger of joy, lies pale and cold, the miserable appendage of a man, that is, Miss Monson, I mean to say, when all our faculties are engrossed by one dear object, we are often incoherent and mysterious, as a matter of course." Tom Thurston came very near wrecking himself on the quicksands of the romantic school. He had begun to quote from a speech delivered by Gouverneur Morris on the right of deposit at New Orleans, and which he had spoken at college, and was near getting into a part of the subject that might not have been so apposite, but retreat.
Chapter 16. For a week nothing material transpired. All that time I lay in the drawer, gaining a knowledge of what had passed in the best manner I could. Bet Shoreham was a constant visitor at the house, and Tom Thurston made his appearance with a degree of punctuality that began to attract notice among the inmates of the house on the opposite side of the street. All this time, however, Tom treated Julia with the greatest respect and even distance, turning more of his attention towards Mrs. Monson. He acted in this manner because he thought he had secured a sufficient lien on the young lady by means of her yes, and knew how important it was for one who could show none of the usual inducements for consent to the parents to obtain the goodwill of the old lady. At the end of the week, Mrs. Monson opened her house to receive the world. As a matter of course, I was brought out on this occasion. Now, Bet Shoreham and Mademoiselle Hennequin had made great progress toward an understanding in the course of this week, though the lady, becoming more and more conscious of the interest she had created in the heart of the gentleman, her own conduct got to be cautious and reserved. At length, Betts actually carried matters as far as to write a letter that was as much to the point as a man could very well come. In a word, he offered his hand to the excellent young Frenchwoman, assuring her, in very passionate and suitable terms, that she had been mistress of his affections ever since the first month of their acquaintance. In this letter he implored her not to be so cruel as to deny him an interview, and there were a few exceedingly pretty reproaches touching her recent coy and reserved deportment. Mademoiselle Hennequin was obliged to read this letter in Julia's room, and she took such a position to do it as exposed every line to my impertinent gaze, as I lay on the bed among the other finery that was got out for the evening. Mrs. Monson was present, and she had summoned the governess in order to consult her on the subject of some of the ornaments of the supper table. Fortunately, both Julia and her mother were too much engaged to perceive the tears that rolled down the cheeks of the poor stranger as she read the honest declaration of a fervid and manly love, nor did either detect the manner in which the letter was pressed to Mademoiselle Hennequin's heart when she had done reading it the second time. Just at this instant a servant came to announce Mr. Shoreham's presence in the breakfast-room. This was a retired and little frequented part of the house at that hour, Betts having been shown into it in consequence of the preparations that were going on in the proper reception-rooms. "Julia, my dear, you will have to go below, although it is at a most inconvenient moment." "No, mother. Let Mr. Betts Shoreham time his visits better. George, say the ladies are engaged." "That will not do," interrupted the mother in some concern. "We are too intimate for such an excuse. Would you, Mademoiselle Hennequin, have the goodness to see Mr. Shoreham for a few minutes? You must come into our American customs sooner or later, and this may be a favorable moment to commence." Mrs. Monson laughed pleasantly as she made this request, and her kindness and delicacy to the governess were too marked and remitted to permit the latter to think of hesitating. She had laid her own handkerchief down at my side to read the letter, but feeling the necessity of drying her eyes, she caught me up by mistake, smiled her assent, and left the apartment. Mademoiselle Hennequin did not venture below until she had gone into her own room. Here she wept freely for a minute or two, and then she bathed her eyes in cold water and used the napkin in drying them. Owing to this circumstance, I was fortunately a witness to all that passed in her interview with her lover. The instant Betts Shoreham saw that he was to have an interview with a charming French girl instead of with Julia Monson, his countenance brightened, and, as if supposing the circumstance proof of his success, he seized the governess's hand and carried it to his lips in a very carnivorous fashion. The lady, however, succeeded in retaining her hand, if she did not positively preserve it from being devoured. "A thousand thanks, dearest Mademoiselle Hennequin," said Betts, in an incoherent, half-sane manner. "You have read my letter,
and I may interpret this interview favorably. I meant to have told all to Mrs. Monson, and she come down, and asked her kind interference. But it is much, much better as it is. You will do well, monsieur, not to speak to Madame Monson on the subject at all, answered Mademoiselle Hennequin with an expression of countenance that I found quite inexplicable, since it was not happy, nor was it altogether in reverse. This must be our last meeting, and it were better that no one knew anything of its nature. Then my vanity, my hopes have misled me. I have made no interest in your feelings. I do not say that, monsieur. Oh, no, no, I am far from saying as much as that. Poor girl, her face declared 100 times more than her tongue that she was sincere. I do not, cannot say I have no interest in one who so generously overlooks my poverty, my utter destitution of all worldly greatness, and offers to share with me his fortune and his honorable position. This is not what I ask, what I hope to earn. Gratitude is not love. Gratitude easily becomes love in a woman's heart, answered the dear creature with a smile and a look that Betts would have been a mere dolt not to have comprehended. And it is my duty to take care that my gratitude does not entertain this weakness. Mademoiselle Hennequin, for mercy's sake, be as frank and as simple as I know your nature prompts. Can you love me? Of course, such a direct question, put in a very categorical way, caused the question to blush, if it did not induce her to smile. The first she did in a very pretty and engaging manner, though I thought she hesitated about indulging in the last. Why should I say yes, when it can lead to no good result? Then destroy all hope at once, and say no. That would be to give us both unnecessary pain. Perhaps it might not be strictly true. I could love. Oh, no one can tell how my heart could love where it was right and proper. After this, I suppose it is unnecessary for me to say that Betts soon brought the category of possibilities into one of certainty. To own the truth, he carried everything by his impetuosity, reducing the governess to own that what she admitted she could do so well, she had already done in a very complete and thorough manner. I enjoyed this scene excessively, nor was it over in a minute. Mademoiselle Hennequin used me several times to wipe away tears, and it is strong proof how much both parties were thinking of other matters, that neither discovered who was present at so interesting a tete-a-tete. At length came the denouement, after confessing how much she loved Betts, how happy she would be could she be his slave all the days of her life, how miserable she was in knowing that he had placed his affections on her, and how much more miserable she should be had she learned he had not. Mademoiselle Hennequin almost annihilated the young man by declaring that it was utterly impossible for her to consent to become his wife. The reason was the difference in fortune, and the impossibility that she should take advantage of his passion and lead him into a connection that he might afterwards regret. Against this decision Betts reasoned warmly but seriously in vain. Had Mademoiselle Hennequin been an American instead of a French girl, her feelings would not have been so sensitive on this point, for in this great republic everybody but the fortune hunters, an exceedingly contemptible class, considers a match without money quite as much a matter of course as a match with it. But the governess had been educated under a different system, and it struck her imagination as very proper that she should make both herself and her lover miserable, because he had $200,000, and she had not as many hundreds. All this strangely conflicted with Betts' preconceived opinion of a Frenchwoman's selfishness, and while he was disposed to believe his adored perfection, He almost feared it was a trick. Of such contradictory materials is the human mind composed. At length the eyes of Betts fell on me, who was still in the hand of Mademoiselle Hennequin, and had several times been applied to her eyes unheeded. It was evident I revived unpleasant recollections, and the young man could not avoid letting an expression escape him that sufficiently betrayed his feelings. "This handkerchief!" exclaimed the young governess. "Ah, it is that of Mademoiselle Julie, which I must have taken by mistake. But why should this handkerchief awaken any feelings in you, monsieur? You are not about to enact the Moor in your days of wooing." This was said sweetly, and withal a little archly, for the poor girl was glad to turn the conversation from its harassing and painful points. But Betts was in no humour for pleasantry, and he spoke out in a way to give his mistress some clue to his thoughts. "That cursed handkerchief! It is really indecent in young men to use such improper language, but they little heed what they say when strongly excited. That cursed handkerchief has given me as much pain as it appears also to have given you. I wish I knew the real secret of its connection with your feelings, for I confess that, like that of Desdemona's, it has excited distrust, though for a very different cause." The cheeks of Mademoiselle Hennequin were pale, and her brow thoughtful. Still she had a sweet smile for Betts, and though ignorant of the nature of his suspicions, which she would have scarcely pardoned, it was her strongest wish to leave no darker cloud between them than the one she felt in her duty to place there herself. She answered, therefore, frankly and simply, though not without betraying strong emotion as she proceeded. "This handkerchief is well known to me," answered the young Frenchwoman. "It revives the recollections of some of the most painful scenes of a life that has never seen much sunshine. You have heard me speak of a grandmother, Mr. Shoreham, who took care of my childhood, and who died in my arms. That handkerchief, I worked for her support in her last illness, and this lace, yes, this beautiful lace, was part of that beloved grandmother's bridal trousseau. I put it where you see it to enhance the value of my labours." "I see it all," exclaimed the repentant Betts. "Feel it all, dearest, dearest Mademoiselle Hennequin, and I hope this exquisite work, this refined taste, brought all the comfort and reward you had a right to anticipate." A shade of anguish crossed the face of Adrienne, for it was no other, as she gazed at me, and recalled all the scenes of her sufferings and distress. Then I knew her again, for time and a poor memory, with some development of person, had caused me to forget the appearance of the lovely creature who may be said to have made me what I am. But one glance at her, with that expression of intense suffering on her countenance, renewed all my earlier impressions. "I received as much as I merited, perhaps," returned the meek-minded girl, for she was proud only in insisting on what she fancied right, "and enough to give my venerated parent Christian burial. They were days of want and sorrow that succeeded, during which, Betts, I toiled for bread like an Eastern slave, the trodden on and abused hireling of a selfish milliner. Accident at length placed me in a family as a governess. This family happened to be acquainted with Madame Monson, and an offer that was brilliant to me in my circumstances brought me to America. You see by all this how I am unfit to be your wife, monsieur. You would blush to have it said you had married a French milliner. But you are not a milliner in that sense, dearest Adrienne, for you must suffer me to call you by that name. You are a lady reduced by revolutions and misfortunes. The name of Hennequin I know is respectable, and what care I for money, when so much worth is to be found on your side of the scale? Money would only oppress me under such circumstances. Your generosity almost overcomes my scruples, but it may not be. The name to which I am entitled is certainly not one to be ashamed of. It is far more illustrious than that of Hannekin, respectable as it is the last. But of what account is a name to one in my condition?" "And your family name is not Hannekin?" asked the lover anxiously. "It is not. My poor grandmother assumed the name of Hannekin when we went last to Paris, under the apprehension that the guillotine might follow the Revolution of July, as it had followed that of '89. This name she enjoined it on me to keep, and I have never thought it prudent to change it. I am of the family of de la Rochemard." The exclamation which burst from the lips of Betts Shoreham betokened both surprise and delight. He made Adrienne repeat her declarations, and even desired her to explain her precise parentage. The reader will remember that there had been an American marriage in Adrienne's family, and that every relative the poor girl had on earth was among these distant connections on this side of the Atlantic. One of these relatives, though it was no nearer than a third cousin, was Betts Shoreham, whose great-grandmother had been a bona fide de la Rochemard, and who was enabled at once to point out to the poor deserted orphan some 40 or 50 persons who stood in the same degree of affinity to her. It is needless to say that this conversation was of absorbing interest to both, so much so, indeed, that Betts momentarily forgot his love. Chapter 17. 5 minutes later, Tom Thurston entered, and Julia Monson came down to receive him, her pique not interfering, and it being rather stylish to be disengaged on the morning of the day when the household was in all the confusion of a premeditated rout. "This is so good of you, Miss Monson," said Tom as he made his bow. "I heard it all, being still on the sofa. This is so good of you when your time must have so many demands on it." "Not in the least, Mr. Thurston. Mamma and the housekeeper have settled everything, and I am really pleased to see you, as you can give me the history of the new play."
"Ah, Miss Monson, my heart, my faculties, my ideas." Tom was getting bothered, and he made a desperate effort to extricate himself. "In short, my judgment is so confused and monopolized that I have no powers left to think or speak of plays. In a word, I was not there."
"That explains it, then. And what has thus confused your mind, Mr. Thurston?"
"The approach of this awful night.
you'll be surrounded by a host of admirers pouring into your ears their admiration and love. And then what shall I have to support me but that yes with which you once raised me from the depths of despair to an elevation of happiness that was high as the highest pinnacle of the caverns of Kentucky, raising me from the depths of Chimborazo. Tom meant to reverse his image, but love is proverbially desperate in its figures of speech, and anything was better than appearing to hesitate. Nevertheless, Miss Monson was too well instructed, and had too much real taste, not to feel surprise at all his extravagance of diction and poetry. "I am not certain, Mr. Thurston, that I rightly understand you," she said. "Chimborazo is not particularly low, nor are the caverns of Kentucky so strikingly elevated. Ascribe it to that fatal, heart-thrilling, hope-inspiring, yes, loveliest of human females," continued Tom, kneeling with some caution, lest the straps of his pantaloon should give way. "Impute all your own lucid ambiguity, and to the torments of hope that I experience, repeat that yes, lovely, consolatory, imaginative being, and raise me from the thrill of depression to the liveliest pulsations of all human acmes." "Hang it," thought Tom, "if she sang that, I shall precisely be ashore. Genius itself can invent nothing finer." But Julia did stand it. She admired Tom for his exterior, but the admiration of no moderately sensible woman could overlook rhodomontade so exceedingly desperate. It was trespassing too boldly on proprieties to utter such nonsense to a gentlewoman, and Tom, who had got his practice in a very low school, was doomed to discover that he had overreached himself. "I am not certain I quite understand you, Mr. Thurston," answered the half-irritated, half-amused young lady. "Your language is so very extraordinary, your images so unusual." "Say rather that it is your own image, loveliest incorporation of perceptible incarnations," interrupted Tom, determined to go for the whole, and recalling some rare specimens of magazine eloquence. "Talk not of images, obdurate maid, when you are nothing but an image yourself." Mr. Thurston, and of what is it your pleasure to accuse me of being the image?" "Oh, unutterable woe! Yes, inexorable girl, your vacillating yes has rendered me the impersonation of that oppressive sentiment of which your beauty and excellence have become the mocking reality. Alas, alas, that bearded men—" Tom's face was covered with hair. "Alas, alas, that bearded men should be brought to weep over the contrarieties of womanly caprice." Here Tom bowed his head, and after a grunting sob or two, he raised his handkerchief in a very pathetic manner to his face, and thought to himself, "Well, if she stand that, the Lord only knows what I shall say next." As for Julia, she was amused, though at first she had been a little frightened. The girl had a good deal of spirit, and she had tant soit peu of Mother Eve's love of mischief in her. She determined to make capital out of the affair, as the Americans say in shopkeeping slang. "What is the yes of which you speak?" she inquired, "and on which you seem to lay so much stress?" "That yes has been my bane and antidote," answered Tom, rallying for a new and still more desperate charge. "When first pronounced by your rubicund lips, it thrilled my amazed senses like a beacon of light." "Mr. Thurston! Mr. Thurston, what do you mean?" "Ah, darn it," thought Tom. "I should have said humid light. How the deuce did I come to forget that word? It would have rounded the sentence beautifully." "What do I mean, angel of humid light?" answered Tom aloud. "I mean all I say, and lots of feelings besides. When the heart is anguished with unutterable emotion, it speaks in accents that deaden all the nerves and thrill the ears." Tom was getting to be animated, and when that was the case, his ideas flowed like a torrent after a thunder shower, or in volumes, and a little muddily. "What do I mean, indeed? I mean to have you," he thought, "and at least $80,000, or dictionaries, Webster's inclusive, were made in vain." "This is very extraordinary, Mr. Thurston," rejoined Julia, whose sense of womanly propriety began to take the alarm, "and I must insist on an explanation. Your language would seem to infer— Really, I do not know what it does not seem to infer. Will you have the goodness to explain what you mean by that 'yes'?" "Simply, loveliest and most benign of your sex, that once already, in answer to a demand of your hand, you deigned to reply with that energetic and encouraging monosyllable, 'Yes, dear and categorical affirmative,'" exclaimed Tom, going off again at half-cock, highly impressed with the notion that rhapsody instead of music was the food of love. "Yes, dear and categorical affirmative. With what ecstasy did not my drowsy ears drink in the melodious sounds! What extravagance of delight my throbbing heart echo its notes! And on the wings of unseen winds, in short, what considerable satisfaction your consent gave my pulsating mind." "Consent? Consent is a strong word, Mr. Thurston." "It is indeed, adorable Julia, and it is also a strong thing. I've known terrible consequences arise from the denial of a consent not half as explicit as your own." "Consequences? May I ask, sir, to what consequences you allude?" "The consequences, Miss Monson, that is, the consequences of a violated troth. I mean, they may be divided into 3 parts." Here Tom got up, brushed his knees each in succession with his pocket-handkerchief, and began to count on his fingers like a lawyer who is summing up an argument. "Yes, Miss Julia, into 3 parts. First came the pangs of unrequited love. On these I propose to enlarge presently. Next come the legal effects, always supposing that the wronged party can summon heart enough to carry on a suit with bruised affections." "Hang it," thought Tom, "why did I not think of that word bruised while on my knees? It would tell like a stiletto." "Yes, Miss Julia, if bruised affections would permit the soul to descend to such preliminaries. The last consequence is the despair of hope deferred." "All this is so extraordinary, Mr. Thurston, that I insist on knowing why you have presumed to address such language to me. Yes, sir, insist on knowing your reason." Tom was dumbfounded. Now that he was up and looking about him, he had an opportunity of perceiving that his mistress was offended, and that he had somewhat overdone the sublime, poetical, and affecting. With a sudden revulsion of feeling and tactics, he determined to throw himself at once into the penitent and candid. "Ah, Miss Monson," he cried, somewhat more naturally, "I see I have offended and alarmed you, but impute it all to love. The strength of my passion is such that I became desperate, and was resolved to try any expedient that I thought might lead to success." "That might be pardoned, sir, were it not for the extraordinary character of the expedient. Surely you have never seen in me any taste for the very extraordinary images and figures of speech you have used on this occasion." "This handkerchief," said Tom, taking me from the sofa, "this handkerchief must bear all the blame. But for this I should not have dreamt on running so much on the high-pressure principle. But love, you know, Miss Julia, is a calculation like any other great event of life, and must be carried on consistently." "And pray, sir, how can that handkerchief have brought about any such result?" Ah, Miss Monson, you ask me to use a most killing frankness. Had we not better remain under the influence of the poetical star? If you wish to ensure my respect or esteem, Mr. Thurston, it is necessary to deal with me in perfect sincerity. Nothing but truth will ever be pleasing to me." "Hang it," thought Tom again. "Who knows? She is whimsical, and may really like to have the truth. It is quite clear her heart is as insensible to eloquence and poetry as a potter's field wall, and it might answer to try her with a little truth. Your $80,000 girls get such notions in their heads that there's no analogy, as one might say, between them and the rest of the pieces. Miss Julia," continuing aloud, "my nature is all plain dealing, and I am delighted to find a congenial spirit. You must have observed something very peculiar in my language at the commencement of this exceedingly interesting dialogue." "I will not deny it, Mr. Thurston. Your language was, to say the least, very peculiar. Lucid but ambiguous, pathetic but amusing, poetical but comprehensive, prosaical but full of emphasis. That's my nature. Plain dealing, too, is my nature, and I adore the same quality in others, most especially in those I could wish to marry." "Does this wish, then, extend to the plural number?" asked Julia, smiling a little maliciously. "Certainly. When the heart is devoted to virtuous intentions, it wishes for a union with virtue, wherever it is to be found. Competence and virtue are my mottos, Miss Julia." "This shows that you are in truth a lover of plain dealing, Mr. Thurston. And now, as to the handkerchief?" "Why, Miss Julia, perceiving that you are sincere, I shall be equally frank. You own this handkerchief?" "Certainly, sir. I should hardly use an article of dress that is the property of another." "Independent and the fruit of independence. Well, Miss Monson, it struck me that the mistress of such a handkerchief must like poetry. That is, the flights of the imagination, that is, eloquence and pathos, as it might be engrafted on passion and sentiment." "I believe I understand you, sir. You wish to say that common sense seemed misapplied to the owner of such a handkerchief?" "Far from that, adorable young lady, but that poetry and eloquence and flights of imagination seem well applied. A very simple calculation will demonstrate what I mean." "But possibly you do not wish to hear the calculation. Ladies generally dislike figures." "I am an exception, Mr. Thurston. I beg you will lay the whole matter before me, therefore without reserve." "It is simply this, ma'am. This handkerchief cost every cent of $100. $125, said Julia quickly.
"Bless me," thought Tom, "what a rich old devil her father must be. I will not give her up. And as poetry and sentiment do not seem to be favorites, here goes for frankness. Some women are furious for plain, matter-of-fact fellows, and this must be one of the number. $125 is a great deal of money," he added aloud, "and the interest at 7% will come to $1.75, including first cost and washing. The annual expense of this handkerchief must be set down at $2. But the thing will not last now 5 years, if one includes fashion, wear and tear, and etc. And this thing will bring the whole expense up to $27 per annum. We will suppose your fortune to be $50,000, Miss Julia." Here Tom paused, and cast a curious glance at the young lady, in the hope of hearing something explicit. Julia could hardly keep her countenance, but she was resolved to go to the bottom of all this plain dealing. "Well, sir," she answered. Chapter 18. Accustomed to think of marrying as his means of advancement, he somewhat reasonably supposed "refer you to my father" meant consent, so far as the young lady was concerned, and he determined to improve the precious moments. Fortunately for his ideas, Mr. Monson did not enter the room immediately, which allowed the gentleman an opportunity for a little deliberation. As usual, his thoughts took the direction of a mental soliloquy, much in the following form. "This is getting on famously," thought Tom. "Refer you to my father. Well, that is compact and comprehensive at the same time. I wish her dandruff had got up when I mentioned only $50,000. Seriously, that is but a small sum to make one's way on. If I had a footing of my own in society, $50,000 might do. But when a fellow has to work his way by means of dinners, horses, and et ceteras, it's a small allowance. It's true the Monsons will give me connections, and connections are almost, not quite, as good as money to get a chap along with. But the devil of the matter is that connections eat and drink. I dare say the Monson set will cost me a good $500 a year, though they will save something in the way of the feed they must give in their turns. I wish I had tried her with a higher figure, for, after all, it may have been only modesty. Some women are as modest as the devil. But here comes old Monson, and I must strike while the iron is hot." "Good morning, Mr. Thurston," said the father, looking a little surprised at seeing such a guest at 3 o'clock. "What, alone with my daughter's fine pocket handkerchief? You must find that indifferent company." "Not under the circumstances, sir. Everything is agreeable to us that belongs to an object we love." "Love? That is a strong term, Mr. Thurston. One I hope you have uttered in pure gallantry." "Not at all, sir," cried Tom, falling on his knees as a schoolboy reads the wrong paragraph in the confusion of not having studied his lesson well. "Adorable and angelic. I beg your pardon, Mr. Monson," rising and again brushing his knees with some care. "My mind is in such a state of confusion that I scarcely know what I say." "Really, I should think so, or you could never mistake me for a young girl of 20. Will you have the goodness to explain this matter to me?" "Yes, sir. I'm referred." "Referred? Pray, what may that mean in particular?" "Only, sir, that I'm referred. I do not ask $1, sir. Her lovely mind and amiable person are all I seek, and I only regret that she is so rich. I should be the happiest fellow in the world, Mr. Monson, if the angelic Julia had not a cent." "The angelic Julia must be infinitely indebted to you, Mr. Thurston. But let us take up this affair in order. What am I to understand, sir, by your being referred?" "That Miss Julia, in answer to my suit, has referred me to you, sir." "Then, so far as she herself is concerned, you wish me to understand that she accepts you?" "Certainly. She accepted some time since, with as heavenly a yes as ever came from the ruby lips of love." "Indeed. This is so new to me, sir, that you must permit me to see my daughter a moment, ere I give a definite answer." Hereupon Mr. Monson left the room, and Tom began to think again. "Well," he thought, "things do go on swimmingly at last. This is the first time I could ever get at a father, though I've offered to 26 girls. One does something like a living business with a father. I don't know, but I rather overdid it about the $1, though it's according to rule to seem disinterested at first, even if you quarrel like furies afterwards about the stuff. Let me see. Had I best begin to screw him up in this interview, or wait for the next? A few hints, properly thrown out, may be useful at once. Some of these old misers hold on to everything till they die, fancying it a mighty pleasant matter to chaps that can't support themselves to support their daughters by industry, as they call it. I'm as industrious as a young fellow can be, and I owe 6 months' board at this very moment. No, I'll walk into him at once and give him what Napoleon used to call a demonstration.
The door opened, and Mr. Monson entered, his face a little flushed, and his eye a little severe. Still he was calm in tone and manner. Julia had told him all in 10 words. "Now, Mr. Thurston, I believe I understand this matter," said the father in a very businesslike manner. "You wish to marry my daughter." "Exactly, sir, and she wishes to marry me. That is, as far as comports with the delicacy of the female bosom." "A very timely reservation. And you are referred?" "Yes, Mr. Monson, those cheering words have solaced my ears. I am referred. The old chap, aside, likes a little humbug as well as a girl." "And you will take her without a cent, you say?" "Did I, sir? I believe I didn't exactly say that. Dollar was the word I mentioned. Cents could hardly be named between you and me." "Dollar let it be, then. Now, sir, you have my consent on a single condition." "Name it, sir." "Name 5 or 6 at once, my dear Mr. Monson, and you shall see how I will comply." "One will answer. How much fortune do you think will be necessary to make such a couple happy at starting in the world? Name such a sum as will comport with your own ideas." "How much, sir? Mr. Monson, you are a model of generosity. You mean to keep a liberal and gentlemanly establishment as would become your son-in-law?" "I do. Such a fortune as will make you both easy and comfortable." "Horses and carriages, of course. Everything on a genteel and liberal scale." "On such a scale as will ensure the happiness of man and wife." "Mutual esteem, conjugal felicity, and all that. I suppose you include dinners, sir, and a manly competition with one's fellow citizens in real New York form?" "I mean all that can properly belong to the expenses of a gentleman and lady." "Yes, sir. Exceedingly liberal. Liberal as a rosy dawn. Why, sir, meeting your proposition in the spirit in which it is offered, I should say Julia and I could get along very comfortably on $100,000. Yes, we could make do, provided the money were well invested, no fancy stocks." "Well, sir, I am glad we understand each other so clearly. If my daughter really wished to marry you, I will give $50,000 of this sum as soon as you can show me that you have as much more to invest along with it." "Sir, Mr. Monson." "I mean that each party shall lay down dollar for dollar." "I understand what you mean, sir. Mr. Monson, that would be degrading lawful wedlock to the level of a bet, a game of cards, a mercenary, contemptible bargain. No, sir, nothing shall ever induce me to degrade this honorable estate to such pitiful conditions." "Dollar for dollar, Mr. Thurston." "Holy wedlock! It is violating the best principles of our nature." "Give and take." "Leveling the sacred condition of matrimony to that of a mere bargain for a horse or a dog." "Half and half." "My nature revolts at such profanation, sir. I will take $75,000 with Miss Julia and say no more about it." "Equality is the foundation of wedded happiness, Mr. Thurston." "Say $50,000, Mr. Monson, and have no more words about it. Take away from the transaction the character of a bargain, and even $40,000 will do. Not a cent that is not covered by a cent of your own." "Then, sir, I wash my hands of the whole affair. If the young lady should die, my conscience will be clear. It shall never be said Thomas Thurston was so lost to himself as to bargain for a wife." "We must then part, and the negotiation must fall through." Tom rose with dignity and got as far as the door. With his hand on the latch, he added, "Rather than blight the prospects of so pure and lovely a creature, I will make every sacrifice short of honor. Let it be $30,000, Mr. Monson." "As you please, sir, so that it be covered by $30,000 of your own." My nature revolts at the proposition, and so— Good morning, sir." Tom left the house, and Mr. Monson laughed heartily, so heartily indeed as to prove how much he relished the success of his scheme. "Talk of Scylla and Charybdis," soliloquized the discomfited Tom, as he wiped the perspiration from his face. "Where the devil does he think I am to find the $50,000 he wants, unless he first gives them to me? I never heard of so unreasonable an old chap. Here's a young fellow that offers to marry his daughter for $30,000, half price, as one may say. He talks about covering every cent he lays down with one of my own. I never knew what was meant by cent per cent before. Let me see. I've just $32.69, and had we played at a game of coppers I couldn't have held out half an hour. But I flatter myself I touched the old scamp up with morals in a way that he wasn't used to. Well, as this thing is over, I will try old Sweet, the grocer's daughter. If the wardrobe and whiskers fail there, I must rub up the Greek and Latin and shift the ground to Boston. They say a chap with a little of the classics can get $30,000 or $40,000 there any day of the week. I wish my parents had brought me up a schoolmaster. I would be off in the first boat. Blast it! I thought when I came down to $30,000 he would have snapped at the bait like a pike. He'll never have a chance to get her off so cheap again." This ended the passage of flirtation between Thomas Thurston and Julia Monson. As for the latter, she took such a distaste for me that she presented me to Mademoiselle Hennequin at the first opportunity, under the pretence that she had discovered a strong wish in the latter to possess me. Adrian accepted the present with some reluctance, on account of the price that had been paid for me, and yet with strong emotion. How she wept over me the first time we were alone together! I thought her heart would break. Nor am I certain it would not, but for the timely interposition of Julia, who came and set her laughing by a humorous narrative of what had occurred between her father and her lover. That night the rout took place. It went off with eclat, but I did not make any appearance at it, Adrian rightly judging that I was not a proper companion for one in her situation. It is true, this is not a very American notion, everything being suitable for everybody that get them in this land of liberty, but Adrian had not been educated in a land of liberty, and fancied that her dress should bear some relation to her means. Little did she know that I was a sort of patent of nobility, and that by exhibiting me she might have excited envy even in an alderman's daughter. My non-appearance, however, made no difference with Bet Shoreham, whose attentions throughout the evening were so marked as to raise suspicion of the truth in the mind of even Mrs. Monson. The next day there was an éclaircissement. Adrian owned who she was, gave my history, acquainted Mrs. Monson with her connection with Mr. Shoreham, and confessed the nature of his suit. I was present at this interview, and it would be unjust to say that the mother was not disappointed. Still, she behaved generously and like a high-principled woman. Adrian was advised to accept bets, and her scruples on the score of money were gradually removed by Mrs. Monson's arguments. "What a contrast do this Mr. Thurston and Adrian present," observed Mrs. Monson to her husband in a tete-a-tete shortly after this interview. "Here is the gentleman wanting to get our child without a shilling to bless himself with, and the poor girl refusing to marry the man of her heart because she is penniless." "So much for education. We become mercenary or self-denying, very much as we are instructed. In this country, it must be confessed, fortune-hunting has made giant strides within the last few years, and that, too, with an audacity of pretension that is unrestrained by any of the social barriers which exist elsewhere." "Adrian will marry Mr. Shoreham, I think. She loves, and when a girl loves, her scruples of his nature are not invincible. Aye, he can lay down dollar for dollar. I wish his fancy had run toward Julia. It is not, and we can only regret it. Adrian has half consented, and I shall give her a handsome wedding, for married she must be in our house. All came to pass as was predicted. 1 month from that day, Bets Shoreham and Adrian de la Rochemard became man and wife. Mrs. Monson gave a handsome entertainment, and a day or 2 later the bridegroom and bride took possession of their proper home. Of course I removed with the rest of the family, and by these means had an opportunity of becoming a near spectator of a honeymoon. I ought, however, to say that Betts insisted on Julia's receiving $125 for me, accepting from Julia a handsome wedding present of equal value, but in another form. This was done simply that Adrian might say when I was exhibited that she had worked me herself, and that the lace with which I was embellished was an heirloom. If there are various ways of quieting one's conscience in the way of marriage settlements, so there are various modes of appeasing our sense of pride. Pocket handkerchiefs have their revolutions as well as states. I was now under my first restoration and perfectly happy, but, being French, I looked forward to further changes, since the temperament that has twice ejected the Bourbons from their thrones will scarce leave me in quiet possession of mine forever. Adrienne loves Betts more than anything else. She still loves me dearly. Scarce a week passes that I am not in her hands, and it is when her present happiness seems to be overflowing that she is most fond of recalling the painful hours she experienced in making me what I am. Then her tears flow freely, and often I am held in her soft little hand, while she prays for the soul of her grandmother, or offers up praises for her own existing blessings. I am no longer thought of for balls and routs, but appear to be doomed to the closet, and those moments of tender confidence that so often occur between these lovers. I complain not. So far from it, never was an article of my character more highly favored, passing an existence, as it might be, in the very bosom of truth and innocence. Once only have I seen an old acquaintance in the person of Clara Caverley since my change of mistress. The idea of calling a de Rochemard a boss or bossess is out of the question. Clara is a distant relative of Betts, and soon became intimate with her new cousin. One day she saw me lying on a table, and after an examination she exclaimed, "2 things surprise me greatly here, Miss Shoreham. That you should own one of these things," I confess I did not like the word, "and that you should own this particular handkerchief." "Why so, chère Clara?" How prettily my mistress pronounces the name, so different from Clary. "It is not like you to purchase so extravagant and useless a thing. And then, this looks like a handkerchief that once belonged to another person, a poor girl who has lost her means of extravagance by the change of the times. But of course it is only a resemblance, as you—" "It is more, Clara. The handkerchief is the same, but the handkerchief is not an article of dress with me. It is my friend." The reader may imagine how proud I felt. This was an elevation for the species, and gave a dignity to my position, with which I am infinitely satisfied. Nevertheless, Miss Caverley manifested surprise. "I will explain," continued Mrs. Shoreham. "The handkerchief is my own work, and is very precious to me on account des souvenirs." Adrian then told the whole story, and I may say Clara Caverley became my friend also, and she, who had formerly regarded me with indifference or dislike, now kissed me and wept over me, and in this manner have I since passed from friend to friend among all of Adrian's intimates. Not so with the world, however. My sudden disappearance from it excited quite as much sensation as my debut in it. Tom Thurston's addresses to Miss Monson had excited the envy and, of course, the attention of all the other fortune hunters in town, causing his sudden retreat to be noticed. Persons of this class are celebrated for covering their retreat skillfully. Tom declared that the old chap broke down when they got as far as the fortune. That is, as he liked the girl, he would have taken her with $75,000, but the highest offer he could get from him was $30,000. This, of course, no gentleman could submit to. A girl with such a pocket handkerchief ought to bring a clear $100,000, and that was for none of your halfway doings. Old Monson is a humbug. The handkerchief has disappeared, and now they have taken down the sign. I hope they will do business on a more reasonable scale. A month later, Tom got married. I heard John Monson laughing over the particulars one day in Bet Shoreham's library, where I am usually kept to my great delight, being exceedingly